Chapter 40 Because of the Free Drinks. Chapter 40 Because of the Free Drinks. Granny, we're here. Ethan opened the door and immediately hugged the old hunched woman with a cane and thick glasses. Ethan was fat and at least 3 times the size of the woman. Damn it, did you drink before coming here? Let go. The smell is getting to me. The old woman looked to Qinzhao, standing behind Ethan. You didn't tell me that you'll bring a handsome boy here. I didn't even dress up. Ethan, you didn't tell me we're meeting such a beautiful woman either. Lad, I like you. What's your name? Just call me Qin. Do I have the honor of knowing your name? You can call me Right, or you can call me Granny like Ethan does too. It's hard to believe that you're Ethan's grandmother. How about I just call you Right? Qinzhao hugged the old woman, their faces pressing against each other. Ethan offered up the flowers. This is for you. Qinzhao gave the tablet to the old woman. Thank you. It's just what I need. Lad, you really understand people. If I'm 60 years younger, no, 50 years younger, I'll definitely flirt with you crazily. It's not too late yet. I paid for that, Ethan added. Granny, you should compliment me. A 50-year-old man was shameless enough to fight with Qinzhao for compliments. Come in, come in. The home's interior design had a darker tone. All the furniture looked quite old, but they were all clean. The lighting was quite good too and wouldn't make them feel stuffy. The old woman had already prepared some fruit. Lad, are you Chinese? Yes. How did you know? I was once a professor at Nanjing University. During that time, I learned Chinese. Qin is one of the most common surnames in China, but Chinese is the most complex language I've ever learned. I have a Chinese name too. Li Chuntian, or Springly. It's a beautiful name, both your birth name and your Chinese name. Ethan, learn from Qin. You don't know how to say nice things. I only speak the truth. Qin, what's your job? You aren't Ethan's lackey, right? This bastard is the worst of the worst. Clearly, Wright knew some things about Ethan too, and her impression of Ethan was stuck on that. I'm a doctor. You two sit. I'll go prepare lunch for you two. Granny, remember to make meat. Don't give me too many greens. Even a 50-year-old middle-aged man would act like a kid before his grandmother. When Wright went into the kitchen, Ethan went to Qinzhao's side. So is my granny all right? Not really. But she looks spirited. She's just pretending for us. Then what can we do? What's wrong with her? It's just some conditions common for seniors. They're unavoidable. However, I saw her skin below her collar. There seems to be some spots. What's wrong with that? Remind me when she comes out of the kitchen. Qinzhao walked to the shelf on the side and looked around. He saw the medicine there. How is it? She might have cancer. I found some medicine used for suppressing cancer cells, but I can't be sure if it's malignant or benign. It might be in the lungs or stomach. Cancer? Ethan's expression turned serious. Even if he didn't have any medical knowledge, he still knew what cancer meant. Wright was clearly excited because Ethan and Qinzhao were here. The sumptuous lunch was practically a feast. At a certain age, even hardened and independent women would start feeling lonely. Wright just didn't express it. She couldn't say it out loud, but she was clearly happy that the two were here. When Ethan went to the bathroom, Wright smiled and said, Chun, did Ethan bring you here to help diagnose me? Right, seeing how vibrant you are, I think Ethan did all this for nothing. But if you want coffee, you can call me. This is my number. I'll be at your beck and call. How did you meet Ethan? I was a homeless stray until Ethan took me in and gave me a job. Watch him for me. He's not old now, but he still doesn't know how to take care of himself. I refuse. He even charges me $1 for a hamburger. Fucker! Ethan had come back out. I charge you $1, but I have to give you a can of soda. You know that it can cost more than $1. Since you're already not making money, you shouldn't take my money even more. In your dreams. Right, do you see? You think I'll take care of a bastard like this? After lunch, the three chatted on the porch. Chen Zhao and Wright teamed up to bully Ethan. Under Chen Zhao's urging, Wright revealed many embarrassing things about Ethan, which pissed him off. It was obvious that Wright was happy though. Ethan had disappointed her before, but he was still her grandson. The two didn't get up and bid farewell until 3 p.m. Chen Zhao hugged Wright. Right, don't forget my number. I'd love to have a candlelit dinner with you. Of course, handsome boy. After going downstairs, Ethan grew serious. Have a plan? Patience. I can't just require her to get a checkup, right? She clearly doesn't want you to worry. Then what should we do? Get closer to her. I'll find some time to meet her again. Okay, God bless. Chen Zhao could only say that he would try his best. It was cancer, after all. Is she still working? She's a professor at UCLA and still insists on lecturing. What department? Medical school. Fuck. You want an unlicensed doctor to treat a medical school professor? Are you sure I'm more skilled than her? But you're the only doctor I know. I suddenly feel so much pressure. Can I reject this request? Then you'll never get free hamburgers. You never gave me free ones before. You at least got free drinks. Fine, I'll try my best because of the free drinks. But Ethan, she should be clearer about her own body than anyone else. I'm afraid I can't do much. I know. Just try your best. Chapter 41 Wrong Report? Chapter 41 Wrong Report? Chen Zhao finally moved to his new house. Both Vincent and Ethan came to help Chen Zhao. Jerlin and Nelson came as well with some presents. They were the only friends Chen Zhao had in this country. After a while, everyone except Jerlin left. They had not done it for a long time already, so they were particularly wild that night. Jerlin was even more decisive than Chen Zhao. Perhaps most women here were like that. They were not the kind of women that could not live without love. Jerlin was like this, so was Zola. Chen, have you thought about your future? Chen Zhao was unsure about what Jerlin was referring to. Did she want to have a long-term relationship with him? Thus, Chen Zhao did not know what to reply. Noticing Chen Zhao's hesitation, Jerlin smiled at once. Don't worry. I don't mean that. I only feel that being an illegal doctor isn't a long-term plan. I have never thought about that. If one day I'm tired of it, perhaps I will consider switching to another career, or getting a medical license. I might become a legal doctor and open a clinic. Just then, Chen Zhao's phone rang. Hello, who is? It was already 2 a.m. Who would be so free to disrupt the happy time between Chen Zhao and Jerlin? Chen, it's me. Right. Darling, do you have insomnia? Chen Zhao realized that Wright's voice was somewhat weak. Wright, are you sick? Yes, I feel very bad. I feel like I'm dying. Are you at home? Yes. I'll go there now, Chen Zhao said as he stood up. What is it? Jerlin asked. Can you drive me to a place? It's Ethan's grandmother. She might be in danger. Okay. Jerlin did not hesitate. You're still bringing Beelzebub and Raymond at this hour? It's my habit. I bring them whenever I treat a patient. Jerlin shook her head. She could not understand why Chen Zhao would have such a strange habit. Nevertheless, it was not a bad one, so Jerlin was only asking out of interest. Ethan, Wright seems to be in trouble. I'm on my way there now. You should come too. When they arrived at Wright's house, they discovered that the door was shut tight. Chen Zhao knocked. Right, it's Chen. Are you all right? Nobody answered. Chen Zhao knocked 2 more times, but he still did not get a reply. Ethan's grandmother might have fainted. We need to open the door by force, Chen Zhao said. Stand back. Jerlin drew her gun and pointed it at the lock directly. Bang! The lock broke and the two walked into the house. They saw at once that Wright had fainted in the living room. Chen Zhao went up immediately to check on her. Jerlin asked. How's she? Not good. Chen Zhao saw a few empty boxes scattered on the floor. Wright's cancer medicine had already been finished. Wright's vital signs were very weak at the moment. After some consideration, Qin Zhao said, "Jerlin, give me a glass of water." While Jerlin was pouring the water, Qin Zhao took out the perfect crystal. "Human, are you going to waste a perfect crystal on this dying human? Her life isn't worth this perfect crystal. Do you know that in hell, such a crystal can be used to trade for 1,000 human souls? Chen, you can even use it to earn money from a billionaire. It's not worth it to use the crystal on such a decaying body. It's a treasure that can make severed limbs grow back." "Shut up." Qin Zhao took out a mortar and put the perfect crystal in, after which he used a pestle to crush the crystal into powder form. Just then, Jerlin came back with a glass of water. Qin Zhao took the glass and poured the perfect crystal powder in. Of course, he only poured a very small portion in, and not everything. The water in the glass turned black. Qin Zhao stirred the solution and then fed Wright the black liquid. Suddenly, Ethan rushed into the house. "Qin, how's my grandmother?" "She is in a lot of danger. We should send her to the hospital now." Ethan lifted Wright up and the three put her into the car together. Then, they drove towards the hospital. "Huh! Doctor! Wright?" Noticing the three who were carrying Wright, For ran over immediately. "What happened?" "She's sick. We received her call and sent her here." For asked the nurses on duty to send Wright into the emergency room at once. Ethan was extremely nervous and wanted to follow Wright in, but luckily he was stopped by Qin Zhao. "Ethan, calm down." "How do you expect me to calm down?" "Shut up. This is a hospital. Don't force me to punch you," Qin Zhao said softly. "I'm sorry. Chen, I shouldn't have been angry." "Wright's fine. Trust me." "Where am I?" On a bed in the emergency room. Wright woke up, but the light above her was so intense that she could hardly open her eyes. "Professor, it's me." "For? Am I in the hospital?" "Yes, Professor. You seem to have experienced an episode. An Asian and a fat guy sent you here. Are they your friends?" "Yes. That fat guy is my grandson." "Do they know my condition?" "I think so. That Asian is also a doctor, an excellent one. He should have noticed it already, but I don't know how much he knows." "Dr. For, the test report is out." "Give it to me," Wright said immediately. "Professor, you're the patient now. I'm the doctor. But I'm still your professor. You have learned all your medical knowledge from me." "Professor." "All right, give it to me. It's not my first time to get shocked." "Okay." Wright glanced at the test report. "You've taken the wrong one. My fatty acid synthase can't be that low." Fatty acid synthase is an important component of cancer cells. A higher level of fatty acid synthase therefore indicates more cancer cells and a more severe condition. However, in this report, the level of fatty acid synthase was only slightly higher than an ordinary person. It looked like a patient with a benign tumor, not Wright who had late-stage cancer. Of course, Wright wished that this report was hers, but she knew that it was impossible. "Molly, did you take the wrong one?" "Sorry, I might have mistaken it. Let me check again." Soon, the nurse returned. "Dr. For, the test room says that it's correct." "That's impossible. I'll go there myself." For was quite irritated. This was clearly a mistake. What were the test room people doing? After all, this involved her own professor. She had done the last test, so she knew her professor's condition very well. To be honest, Wright would be lucky to live for even one more day. Although she hoped that Wright could recover, she knew that it was clearly impossible with the current medical knowledge. Chapter 42 Take the Wrong Thing? Chapter 42 Take the Wrong Thing? "There's no mistake," the doctor in the lab said, a bit frustrated. "Your professor's blood sample is still here. If you don't believe me, you can test it again. Only your professor's blood sample was extracted and tested today. There's no way I messed up the only sample in report. But this is impossible. She's in the late stage of stomach cancer. She can't have such low fatty acid synthase." For took the blood sample and tested it herself. However, the result was the same as the previous report. She returned to Wright, who asked, "Did you receive the test report?" For handed the report to her. "Professor, take a look. How is it lower than before? What's going on? For, are you lying to me now? Professor, this is your report. This is impossible. You took the same blood sample, but you got two sets of completely different numbers. Professor, I need to do a full checkup for you, including gastroscopy, CT scan, X-ray, and it's best to collect another blood sample. Is this necessary? Professor, I believe it's necessary. All right. If you must, then let's do it." The next hour was very painful for Wright, especially during the gastroscopy. Even though she was a medical professor, she still hated gastroscopy. It was inhumane torture. However, the test report came out quickly. "Professor, look at your gastroscopy. Is this really my gastroscopy?" "Yes. The shadow is where your cancer tumor is, but compared to last time, it's much smaller. This is impossible. You were watching it personally. There's no way for me to lie. Are the CT and X-ray scans out too?" "Dr. For, the CT scan is out." A nurse brought over the scan. After checking it, For handed it to Wright. "This really is mine." Wright still didn't really believe it. However, when the X-ray scan was brought over, the results were still the same. "How is it that my tumor shrunk so quickly? Professor, are you using some specific drug? Is it C31? C31 wasn't being sold yet. It was still a specific drug that existed in research labs. Its main function was to repress fatty acid synthase. In theory, as long as fatty acid synthase was controlled, most cancerous cells could be killed within a day. However, it wasn't used in clinical treatment yet, so there was no way to get it. "There's no C31 in any market, not even the black market. Where do I go to get it? If you didn't use some specific drug, then I can only say that God has blessed you. This is too strange." Wright was completely baffled. At that time, the blood sample report came out too. "Professor, the second test report is out. Your cancerous cells have been wiped out completely." "Really? You are the second miracle of our hospital. The last time, there was a boy with brain cancer. We've already sent the notice to his family, but his tumor shrunk miraculously overnight. He wasn't as lucky as you, though. His tumor didn't disappear completely like you. There's already a precedent? Oh yeah, that Asian man was there too." It suddenly popped into For's mind. "I remember now. That Asian man snuck into the boy's room and I caught him. He said that he'd entered the wrong room. Professor, did he give you some medicine?" "I don't know. I was unconscious. Maybe you should call him over to ask. Help me call them all over. Granny, this is great. As long as you're okay." Ethan was hugging Wright excitedly, but the scene was difficult to watch. Ethan was too rough. It looked like a gangster bullying a senior citizen. Chen Zhao grabbed Ethan. "Ethan, Wright's going to suffocate like that. Let go of her." "Granny, how are you?" "Not bad. Thank God Chen gave me medicine in time." I didn't give you medicine. I just took you to the hospital." "Chun." Jerlin looked at Chen Zhao in surprise. "You just... Oh, I also gave you some water. Shin, you're a doctor. You should know that feeding water to an unconscious patient is very dangerous. You shouldn't make mistakes like that." Wright smiled at Chen Zhao. On the side, For said, "Sir, Professor Wright's cancer has been suppressed, so you don't have to worry about getting sued for using some type of medicine. Please tell us truthfully what medicine you gave her. This will help her condition too." "I really don't know what you're saying. I am sure that I only gave Wright a cup of water and nothing else. I was an accident, doctor. It's probably because I'm not professional enough." "Wright, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have given you water while you were unconscious. Sir, don't you know that your medicine can save millions upon millions of lives? Please use your pretty head and think a bit. If I really have some special medicine that can cure cancer, Would I be kicked out of a motel because I can't pay the rent? Ethan, is that true? Wright glared at Ethan. Bastard. Chen, stop the bullshit. You moved away yourself. I didn't kick you out. I even helped you move. Ethan, don't cause a scene here. Right, please rest up. We'll go now. Go. Professor. No need. He doesn't want to talk. Chen, you clearly gave her some black drug. Chen, did you really save my granny? No, you remembered incorrectly. Chen Zhao insisted. He was basically speaking nonsense. Chen, I know you must have used some witchcraft, but the result is good, so I don't care no matter what trick you used. Thank you for saving my granny. Don't think crazily like that. I didn't do anything. Okay, I'm tired. Jerlin, can you drive me home? Jerlin had been a bit angry, but she still gave in. She could feel that there was a reason why Chen Zhao couldn't reveal the truth. However, she was sure that Chen Zhao had cured Wright. He didn't admit it, and the whole thing sounded crazy, but it was the truth. After all, she'd seen it with her own eyes. Chapter 43 Living in a Wealthy Area for a Few Days. Chapter 43 Living in a Wealthy Area for a Few Days. Chen, why are you hiding it? I know that you cured Wright. Jerlin stared at Chen Zhao, puzzled. Do you think being able to cure cancer is good or bad? Of course it's good. You can gain both reputation and wealth. At the same time, patients can stop suffering. You can save millions of people. But I can't treat everyone. It's not a normal method. I can't even teach it to someone else. Perhaps I can save 10 people, or 100 people, but not 1,000 people. By then, the entire world will know that I can cure cancer. How do I live? Who do I treat? Shin, I get it. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have rashly said those words just now. Do you suddenly feel that I'm so great? Your words have indeed changed my impression of you. Then let's go back and restart the activity between the two of us. Actually, Chen Zhao had been somewhat reluctant to use the perfect crystal. He had originally wanted to use the perfect crystal to exchange for the spatial ring from Raz. He was unsure if Raz was still willing to trade it now that he had crushed the crystal into powder form. By the time Qing Zhao and Jerlin returned, it was already 5 a.m. However, the two had no intention of sleeping and they continued until it was past 7 a.m. Qin Zhao lay exhausted on the bed, while Jerlin tidied her clothes, getting ready to leave Qin Zhao's place. However, before Jerlin even left, Chen Zhao was awakened by another call. Hello? Zola. Chen, can you come over and help me to comfort Daniel? He wants to commit suicide. Chen Zhao jumped out from the bed directly. What a tiring life. Jerlin, don't leave yet. Drive me to Beverly Hills. Chen Zhao alighted from Jerlin's car feeling dazed. To make things worse, he also had a severe headache. Paul, morning. Mr. Chen, why are you here? Zola called me. She said that Daniel has lost control of his emotions. Ms. Zola doesn't live here. Her house is on the other side of Beverly Hills. Let me take you there. All right. Thank you. Paul drove Qin Zhao to Zola's house. When they reached, Zola ran out and welcomed Qin Zhao in. It was similarly a large manor with a few domestic helpers. When Qin Zhao entered the house, he noticed Manny look at him from upstairs. Clearly, she had a poor impression of Qin Zhao. How's Daniel? He has been in a very bad mood these few days. Yesterday he almost cut his own wrist. Fortunately, a maid discovered it and snatched a fruit knife from him. Zola brought Qin Zhao to Daniel's room. Qin Zhao knocked on the door. I'm going to sleep. Leave now. Qin Zhao opened the door immediately, as if he did not hear Daniel's words. Right away, Beelzebub ran forward and jumped onto Daniel's bed. You! When Daniel lifted his blanket and saw Beelzebub's face, his anger vanished at once. Chun! Why are you here? Your mom is very worried about you, so I came here to visit you. There's nothing to be worried about. I'm already a disabled man now. Qin Zhao stared at the dispirited Daniel. He still remembered how high-spirited Daniel was when they first met. At the moment, Daniel seemed to have aged by 10 years, with his face covered in messy beard. Perhaps because he had not washed himself for a few days already, his hair was dirty and his face sallow. Qin Zhao turned his head and glanced at Zola. "Zola, close the door." Zola looked at Qin Zhao. After slight hesitation, she still went to close the door. "Daniel, how much money do you have?" "Why? I think I might be able to heal him." "Stop joking. My entire leg was cut off. Do you think I'm a fool?" "Fine. Just pretend that I'm joking. If there's really such a chance, how much are you willing to pay?" "Chun, are you kidding?" Qin Zhao glanced at Zola and remained silent. "Chen, I know you have some special knowledge. If you can make Daniel walk again, I'll give you $1 million. "No, I only want Daniel's money." "You..." "Daniel, how much can you pay to let yourself stand up again?" "I only have over $100,000. That's all." "Chen, please don't joke with me like that." "Good. From now on, you owe me $200,000. Qin Zhao turned around and looked at Zola. "Can you find a hidden place for me and Daniel? We might need to stay there for a few days." "Chen, are you serious?" "No, I only want to experience what it feels like to live in Beverly Hills. I'm asking Daniel to stay with me." Zola took her phone. "Father, is house 65 on the hilltop vacant? Qin and Daniel want to stay there for a few days." "Okay. No problem. I don't want too many people to know about it, okay?" Qin Zhao stared at Zola with a serious look. "Not even my father? How many people know about Daniel's amputation?" "My father and a few of Daniel's schoolmates." "Chen, are you really able to heal me?" "Chen." Daniel became excited. "If you walk in front of your schoolmates one day, will there be a problem?" Daniel immediately replied, "No. They have only heard about it, and nobody has seen me like this now. I promise you that I wouldn't tell anyone. Let's go. Send us to that villa." "All right. Is the scenery there good?" "Now? Of course. If you need to prepare, we can also go there a few years later." "Now! Let's go there now." Zola sent Qin Zhao and Daniel to the vacant villa herself. The villa was located on the hillside, where one could see the coastline in the distance. It was surrounded by lush, magnificent vegetation and enveloped in fresh, rejuvenating air. "Chen, do you need anything else? Before Daniel and I appear before all of you again, do not come and disturb us." "How many days do you need?" "No more than a week." Qin Zhao had learned the perfect crystal's uses from Beelzebub and Raymond. The perfect crystal would not make Daniel's leg grow out immediately. Instead, the process would take a few days. Of course, outsiders were not prohibited from watching the process. It was just that Qin Zhao did not want anyone else to see it. At the same time, he wanted to keep some kind of mystery. Therefore he had asked Zola and the others to not disturb them. He had chosen here instead of his home precisely so that he could keep this a secret. Although Qin Zhao lived alone, an entire town with many houses was right outside. He might not be able to maintain the confidentiality of the treatment. Moreover, Zherlin would also occasionally visit him, so he had decided to ask Zola for such a villa. Chapter 44 13 and 21 years old. Chapter 44 13 and 21 years old. Qin Zhao didn't feed Daniel the medicine made from the perfect crystal directly. Instead, he had Daniel take a sleeping pill and then poured in the medicine after he was asleep. To be honest, Qin Zhao just wanted to act mysterious. If he gave Rasva a black drug and then gave Daniel one too, people would easily think that Qin Zhao only had one trick. Then they would get some other ideas about the black drug and might even do dangerous things. No matter how close they were, some things still had to be hidden. Plus, they weren't even that close. After the sleeping pill's effect passed, Daniel woke up and found that he was still on the balcony. He felt waves of itchiness coming from his thigh. He couldn't bear the itchiness. Daniel tore off the gauze and found that something was wriggling at the spot of amputation. Then he saw something extend out of his flesh. It was white and bloody. It was a bone. A bone was extending outward. No, it was growing. What's going on? Bearing the extreme itchiness, he watched as blood and muscle grew around the bone, covering it up. The progress was so strange that he gradually forgot about the itch. An hour later, the supernatural and incomprehensible growth finally stopped. By then, his leg's flesh and bone had reached his knee. It was like a dream. Daniel was still in a daze. Flesh growing back, this was crazy. His knee hadn't grown back yet, but Daniel completely believed Qin Zhao now. The man he really could make the left leg grow back. This sounded entirely unbelievable, but it had really happened before his eyes. Chun? Where did Qin go? Daniel looked around. He only saw Beelzebub sleeping on the ground. Qin Zhao had vanished. Beelzebub opened his eyes and looked at Daniel. Then he shook his head in a human-like way. Daniel grabbed the cane beside him and stood up with difficulty. He saw Qin Zhao sleeping on the sofa. Daniel was grateful to Qin Zhao, but the sun was setting soon. If Qin Zhao could get up and make him some food, he would be even more grateful. Qin, wake up. Qin Zhao was dead asleep, so Daniel had to poke him with the cane. Qin, time to get up. He finally opened his eyes. What time is it? Dinner? What are we eating? Daniel was so done. Qin, don't you think that you're the one who should cook dinner? I'm tired. What exactly did you do last night? I saved an old granny with cancer and then fucked a female cop till morning. I was going to rest at home, but then you asshole tried to commit suicide. Fine, it's my fault, but I'm really hungry right now. Okay, I'll go see if there's any food. Qin Zhao still got up and made dinner for him and Daniel. I cooked how I usually cook. I can't be compared to your family's chef. If you don't like it, well, I can't do anything about it. It's okay. I'm not picky. But if you can give me some beer, I'll be even more grateful. Are you even old enough? Oh, please. I can understand if you refuse to give me beer because I'm recovering. But if you're doubting my age, I can't accept it. How do I not look like an adult? Fine. You're still recovering. You can't drink. After dinner, Qin Zhao and Daniel lay on the balcony to stargaze with a bunch of snacks and soda. With Daniel's current condition, he really couldn't drink alcohol. It would be perfect if I can smoke some weed now, but I know that even if you have it, you'll say I'm injured and can't smoke. Qin Zhao made a face. He didn't feel like asking about this youth's bad habits. He could only control himself. You only need at most 7 days, and then you can be free. Chen, are you a druid? Daniel felt like Qin Zhao was the legendary druid now. It was bizarre, but the most bizarre thing was that it was happening to himself. If Qin Zhao was a druid, then it was still comprehensible. If that will help you accept things, then think of me as a druid. Teach me. I want to be a druid too. You can't. You don't have the talent. Plus, I haven't gotten everything straight yet. How can I teach you? It was obviously painful for these two men to be stuck inside. The house was very fancy, but it still couldn't hide the fact that it was boring. Zula, can you get a game set here? Daniel and I are going to go crazy. Zula brought different servers over, along with a big pile of games. She put them at the door and left. She was worried that it was taboo to see Daniel. Daniel, have you played with actresses before? Yeah. I was 15 and in my grandpa's manor. I thought we were dating, but then I realized that she'd slept with all the men in the manor, not just me. She was just using me. We broke up, but she got the chance to act in a movie that my grandpa's company funded. She's pretty famous in Hollywood now. You should have heard her name before. Lafayette. Qin Zhao thought for a moment, but he didn't know who that was. After all, he didn't care about celebrities at all. He'd only been in LA for a month too. If that woman was only a bit famous, then her name couldn't have reached the other side of the world. It was normal that he didn't know her. If you want to play with an actress, I can arrange it as long as she's not an A-lister. Don't. This feels like prostitution to me. I'm not sad enough to do that. When was your first time? I was 13. I paid $10 for a girl to give me a hand job. Chen Zhao cursed inwardly. This really was a dark society. His first wet dream had been when he was 14 years old, but this guy had lost his virginity at 13. So when was your first time? It was Daniel's time to ask. 21 years old. My college classmate. Chen Zhao was embarrassed. You never thought about spending money to get a girl? Yes. It was during sophomore year when I wasn't dating yet. I had the strongest sexual urges during that time too. My roommates and I got this idea, but we didn't have much money. We heard that it was cheap at somewhere called a salon, so we asked around and went to the street. As expected, we were stopped by a girl in heavy makeup. We asked her how much, and she said 40. Then I asked if it'll only cost 40 for us three together, and she called us our asterisk tard. Daniel burst out in laughter. Do you know where my coming-of-age ceremony was held? Chapter 45 Daniel Cured. Chapter 45 Daniel Cured. The two chatted about their embarrassing past. Daniel and Chen Zhao had very different attitudes towards life and ways of thinking. Daniel had already played enough when he was young. His biggest hope at the moment was to find genuine love. Yes, to most people, this was such a foolish thought. But Daniel really believed it. At the moment, he was still single precisely because he wanted such a sacrificing love. On the other hand, Chen Zhao wanted to enjoy what he had been unable to. He had set himself completely free. Indeed, he only wanted physical satisfaction and not true love. Daniel was not actually being naive. In fact, he knew the world better than most people. Since he was young, he had been influenced by his surroundings. He had seen the material world long ago. Think about it, he had spent $10 for a female schoolmate to jerk him off when he was 13. How pure could his mind be? However, the more he was like this, the more he longed for something he could not obtain. On the other hand, Chen Zhao had used to be cynical and an idealist. He wanted to become a unique doctor, one who would save the world alone. However, it was only an ideal after all. After being raped forcefully by reality, Chen Zhao finally saw the real world clearly. Chen Zhao did not even know whether he regretted the decision at that time. In any case, it was already over. Moreover, he had heard that there was a new policy in China. When a doctor feels that a patient needs surgery for sure, even if the family members do not sign a consent form, the doctor still has the right to decide whether to perform surgery without needing to bear any responsibility. This is good news to most doctors in the emergency department. However, it was already too late for Chen Zhao. He had lost his job and lover, along with 3 years of savings. Chen Zhao was also not an emotional person. He had almost forgotten everything in his past. At the moment, he had his own job and his own life. Daniel's left leg was growing at an amazing rate. After the treatment on the second day, half of his calf grew back. On the third day, the entire calf appeared, while on the fourth day, half of his feet emerged. He completely recovered on the fifth day. However, the colors of his legs were different. His right leg was bronze-colored, while his left leg was new and tender. It's over. It's finally over. God, I'm never going to carry out such a treatment on anyone in the future. Chen Zhao was even more excited than Daniel. Daniel had fully recovered, meaning that his job was also over. Chen, thank you. Remember your promise, don't tell anyone about it. Of course. I don't want to be hated by a druid. Chen Zhao was also unsure if Daniel was only joking or really thought that he was a druid. Mom, can you come over? Soon Zola arrived. When she saw the standing Daniel, she screamed in thrill. God, is this real? Unbelievable. Am I dreaming? Zola let go of Daniel and then hugged Chen Zhao. Chen, thank you. You've given him rebirth. If you really want to thank me, send me home. I suddenly realized that my home is still more comfortable. Of course. Even if you want me to send you to the moon, I'll agree, let alone sending you home. Zola sent Daniel to his manor, after which she drove Qinzhao home. Come in and have a seat? Qinzhao looked at Zola. Zola smiled and accepted Qinzhao's invitation. After closing the door, the two hugged and kissed each other impatiently. At the moment, the two were really filled with intense desire. Clink. Is someone here? The two were in the midst of kissing when they suddenly heard something shatter in the living room. Woof! The two tidied their clothes. Qinzhao walked into the living room to discover the floor filled with glass fragments. It was originally a decorative vase. Maybe it's just the wind, Qinzhao said. Let's continue. Zola's voice was loud and sonorous as she indulged herself without constraints. Qinzhao had abstained himself from sex for too long, and really needed some. Therefore, he charged towards the peak with Zola again and again. The two only stopped after 2 hours when the sky began to turn dark. Do you want to eat together? No, I need to go back and look after Daniel. Send me to the motel. I have something there. Are you taking me as your driver? No, it's only a friend's request. All right then. Qinzhao glanced at the room before closing the door. You're so strange. Just now you were so eager to go home, and now you want to go out again. I really doubt if you asked me to come here just for sex. Oh no. You've managed to expose my little trick. Qinzhao stared at Zola helplessly. After sending Qinzhao to the motel and confirming that he was fine, Zola left. God! Chen, you're still alive! When Ethan saw Qinzhao walk in, he exclaimed loudly. Beelzebub, I miss you so much. Come and let me hug you. Roar! Beelzebub opened his mouth and showed his sharp teeth. Ethan immediately gave up the thought of going close to Beelzebub. I said that I would be busy for a few days. Did you purposely hide outside for a few days because you saved my grandmother and was worried that you'll be in trouble? If this is the case, you can stop being so anxious. I promise you that nobody will disturb you because of this. I said I was busy, not hiding from someone. Qinzhao rolled his eyes. Do you remember the gang leader whom I treated last time? Yes. Why? Did that person cause any trouble for you? No. I forgot the name of that street, but I need to go there. Drive me there. I need to look after the motel. If you ask for my help again in the future, I'll definitely ignore you. Why? Isn't it just driving you there? Let's go. When they arrived at their destination, the sky had already turned dark. This particular street was usually unsafe at night, so there were almost no pedestrians around. What did you come here for? Nothing. Let's go back. Are you kidding? We drove all the way here only to take a look? Ethan roared. If you say that we came here to take a look at a woman, I can understand, but it's a rundown street without a single soul. You only took a look and now we're leaving? Bastard, I swear you're playing me. Actually, Qinzhao was really here to find someone. He had already found the person, so now they were leaving. At the moment, the person was in the car, right beside Qinzhao. It was just that Ethan could not see anything. Chapter 46 I Just Need to Pee. Chapter 46 I Just Need to Pee. On the way back, Ethan looked at Qinzhao in the rearview mirror. He saw that Qinzhao kept looking at the empty space next to him, lips moving occasionally. He seemed to be talking to some invisible person. Chen, did you smoke weed? Huh? Why would you think so? You think I'll touch that stuff? Or is it LSD? Damn it, that stuff is more toxic than weed. Please, I don't touch that stuff. I've never done drugs. But it seems like you. Don't ask. I'm very normal. Ethan suddenly realized that Qinzhao seemed to be able to see things that he couldn't. Chen, is there anyone on this car other than us? Beelzebub and Raymond. No, other than them. Suddenly, there was a car driving on the wrong side of the road before them. The headlights glared. Ethan's expression changed drastically, because the moment that the headlights shone over, he saw a terrifying figure in the rearview mirror. He quickly looked away, but the thing that he'd seen that instant kept flashing in his mind. Ethan, stop the car! Chen Zhao suddenly yelled. What's wrong? Stop now! Right now! Stop the car! Chen Zhao's tone was urgent. Ethan hurriedly slammed on the brakes. Then Chen Zhao called. Get out! Ethan didn't know what Chen Zhao was doing. We can't park here. Just then, there was a huge explosion at the intersection up ahead. A fuel tanker and a small car collided. Firelight swallowed the two vehicles in an instant. Ethan turned deathly pale. This, Chen, how did you know? I just needed to pee, so I thought to do it at the side of the street. Ethan didn't ask. He just felt that Chen Zhao must have predicted something. Or he received information from someone, so he had Ethan stop the car so hurriedly. He could see the Grim Reaper. He could communicate with the Grim Reaper. Yeah, he was probably looking for the Grim Reaper when he had Ethan go to that street. He knew where the Grim Reaper was. Ethan was thinking nonsense, but his guesses were very close to the truth. Chen, is there someone beside you? Chen Zhao subconsciously glanced at Blackie. What? There's no one next to me. No, I saw it. The Grim Reaper's next to you. Chen Zhao was shocked. How did you know? It's true. Ethan was even more shocked. Chen Zhao realized that Ethan couldn't actually see and was just guessing. True? What are you talking about? Are you high? No, I'm sure. Chen, who exactly are you? I don't know what you're talking about. Get on the car and take a different route. Chen, are you sure nothing will happen now? You'll ensure my safety, right? You won't have the Grim Reaper take me away, right? If you keep blabbing, the Grim Reaper might kill you because you talk too much. Fine. I'll shut up. Ethan looked at the rearview mirror again. He tried to keep it in, but he couldn't help but speak again. Chen, can you say hi to the Grim Reaper for me? I swear this is my last sentence. Watch the road. Chen Zhao facepalmed. I'm begging you. If you keep getting distracted, we'll really die. Chen, did the Grim Reaper reply? Didn't you say that was your last sentence? This is my last sentence now. That was the second to last. If you say another word before I get home, I'll ask the Grim Reaper to make that the last sentence of your entire life. Please don't. We're brothers. Who's your bro? I don't have such an old brother. Ethan was a chatterbox. Even though he was sure one of his passengers was the Grim Reaper, he still couldn't stop talking. The biggest reason was that Chen Zhao was here. He was sure Chen Zhao wouldn't let him die. As long as Chen Zhao was here, he could toe the bottom line without worry. Chen, I want to see the Grim Reaper. Can he appear for me? I'm going to sleep. Wake me up when we're there. Grim Reaper, have you watched the movie Final Destination? Ethan started talking to himself. I feel like it's an insult to you. You definitely don't have bad interests like that. Grim Reaper, how long do you think I can live for? Will I die from diabetes? If I can meet you, I'll definitely ask for an autograph. You might not know this because I look like a Protestant, but I actually worship the devil and the Grim Reaper. If I become your most loyal believer, will I become immortal? Or at least add a few years to my life? Chen isn't actually suitable to act as your messenger. Maybe you can consider some other people. Ethan, I didn't fall asleep. Chen Zhao glanced at him. Sorry, I just wanted to try and see if I can have the ability of controlling life and death. Ethan, you're so old already. You still watch those weird TV shows? Grim Reaper, you can see that Chen isn't a good choice. I will follow all your orders diligently. Chen Zhao really didn't want to reply to Ethan anymore. This fat middle-aged American guy was just like a teenage geek. Grim Reaper, can you say something to me? After chatting for an hour, they finally reached Chen Zhao's home. He got out of the car immediately. Ethan, drive safely. Chen, I don't like driving at night. Can I stay the night? Not tonight. How about tomorrow? Why not? Are you going to do some ritual? Ethan, do less drugs. You're delusional already. Chen, you don't have to hide it. I know that you probably can't say it out loud. Is that the Grim Reaper's rule? That you'll get punished if you say the truth? Then I won't make it hard for you. Okay. If thinking like that will make life easier for you, then just think that way. Goodbye. Qin Zhao slammed the door shut and went into his house. He went to turn on the lights but found that it wouldn't work. Did the construction company not fix the circuits? No, didn't the movies always play out like this? Haunted homes often had blackouts. Blackie, is it the evil spirit? No, it's because your fuse blew out. Blackie paced through the house. Don't go to the basement tonight. What are you going to do? Your new house is renovated. I need to renovate mine too. Chapter 47 Arrival of the Third Demon Servant. Chapter 47 Arrival of the Third Demon Servant. Blackie, do you know how to fix the fuse? The night was still somewhat hot and stuffy. Blackie would occasionally leave the basement, only to go back again later. Qin Zhao could not fall asleep. If he had known it earlier, he would have stayed in Ethan's motel that night. Nonetheless, Qin Zhao was quite tired from all that had happened that day. Qin Zhao did not go back to his room as it was even hotter. Instead, he lay on the sofa and fell asleep dizzily. However, in the middle of the night, he suddenly felt some coldness in the air. Woof, woof! Qin Zhao heard Beelzebub's barks. Opening his eyes, he saw a snow-white fox standing on his body. The moonlight shone through the windows onto the fox, giving it a particularly eye-catching appearance, as if its body was covered by a layer of frost. What is it? A demon? Bastard human, you've summoned another demon without my permission! And it's a subordinate of the King of Frost. All these inferior demon king subordinates which do not belong to the 7 sins are second class. You're humiliating my identity! Beelzebub barked wildly to express his frustration. Subordinate of the King of Frost, leave here and scram back to hell. This is my territory, everything here belongs to me. Both Beelzebub's and Raymond's reactions were very intense. Anyhow, Qin Zhao realized that he had summoned another demon unintentionally. To Beelzebub and Raymond, the King of Frost must be an inferior demon king. To them, all demon classes apart from the 7 sins were inferior. Of course, they also disliked each other. They both had strong possessive desires. For example, Beelzebub had been very unhappy about Raymond's arrival in the beginning. The same thing happened for Blackie, and now the subordinate of the King of Frost. Qin Zhao was still unsure how he had managed to summon these subordinates at the moment. Beelzebub, Raymond, and this subordinate of the King of Frost. It should be related to his thoughts, but he did not know exactly what he should do. Summoning these subordinate demons was different from summoning inferior demons with demonic ritual implements. Inferior demons were like consumables. Qin Zhao would only summon them when needed, and there would be a time limit after which they would return to hell. However, when he summoned inferior demons, he would usually summon their true forms. In particular, they would possess most of their original abilities. For example, when he summoned Raz and Bloody Hunter in the past, both of them appeared in their true forms, that is, in their original appearances. On the other hand, whenever he summoned a subordinate demon, a form of contract would form between the two of them. Qin Zhao had already found out from Beelzebub that the basis of this contract was that the two parties could not harm each other. Beelzebub and Raymond both called themselves demon servants. They could not defy Qin Zhao's orders, whether it was in the human world or in hell. Secondly, they could both use Qin Zhao's token, together with a huge price, to summon him to hell. Master, can I kill them? They're so noisy. The white fox swung its 2 slender and soft tails as it stared at Beelzebub and Raymond from above with an arrogant look. Master? It calls me master? God, that feels so amazing. This was the first demon servant that Qin Zhao had summoned which called him master. Indeed, obedient demons were much better. Qin Zhao glanced at Beelzebub and Raymond. These 2 bastards still called him human all the time. The more he looked at them, the more he disliked them. Can you beat them? The more inferior a demon is, the less restriction it receives in the human world. I'm Carrie Phantom, subordinate of the King of Frost, a second-class demon king. Hence the suppression I receive from the rules in the human world is much weaker than them. Moreover, my true form is no weaker than them, so I can easily freeze them into ice pops. Qin Zhao more or less understood what Carrie had just said. Firstly, the Fox Carrie was a subordinate of the King of Frost, a second-class demon king, or a small demon king. The first-class demon kings were the 7 great demon kings which precisely represented the 7 sins. The 7 great demon kings must be the most powerful ones in hell. However, their subordinates need not be stronger than subordinates of other small demon kings. Secondly, the more powerful a demon's master was, the more its power would be restricted in the human world, and vice versa. To put it simply, Carrie's true form was no weaker than Beelzebub and Raymond in hell, so her projection in the human world was stronger than them. Their original powers were similar but different ratios were carried to the human world, resulting in the difference. Just teach them a lesson. Don't kill them. As you wish. Carrie waved her 2 tails and the coldness in the air surged. A shroud of smoke appeared above the living room. To be precise, it was actually a layer of clouds. Then, Qin Zhao saw many fist-sized hailstones raining down from the clouds. Stop, quickly stop. It's my house. But it was too late. The originally newly furnished hall was soon covered in a mess. Qin Zhao wanted to cry but had no tears. Why? Master, you should blame them. If they can stand still and let me hit them, I would not have destroyed your house. All their fault. Qin Zhao finally realized that the obedient-looking Carrie was also what she seemed to be. What a shame that I thought she's the most understanding demon among the 3. It was all but an illusion. From now on, I don't allow any of you to fight in my house. If you break anything, you pay me the original price. Do you understand? You're the one who asked me to hit them, Carrie muttered. And whatever I say is the truth. No talking back. Even Lord Satan dares not say that his word is the truth. Exactly. Suddenly, Blackie's head flew out from the wall. At the instant Carrie saw Blackie, she entered the battle state. Attack! Then, Qin Zhao saw countless ice bolts shoot onto the wall which immediately collapsed. Qin Zhao slapped his forehead. Were there no demons that were normal? I only want a clever, obedient, and non-violent demon. Is it that difficult? Carrie, the wall costs $2,000, and $3,000 for the furniture and floor. So you owe me $5,000 now. Cash or card? Just then, Qin Zhao heard a series of police sirens outside the house. After that, someone knocked on the door. Qin Zhao glanced at Carrie. Without my permission, don't use your ability before other humans. Do you get it? Qin Zhao opened the door and saw an unfamiliar police outside. Are you the new resident here? Yes. What is it? Your neighbor complained about loud noises in your house. The police had already seen the messy living room through the gap in the door. Can you tell me what happened? The police had already put his hand on the gun around his waist. If he noticed anything wrong, he would probably draw his gun at once. In fact, I also have no idea what happened. I was sleeping in my room and suddenly heard loud noises. Then, I discovered that my living room looks like it has almost experienced a windstorm. I suspect a thief has broken in. Chapter 48 Maybe You'll Become My Stepdad. Chapter 48 Maybe You'll Become My Stepdad. I need to go in to investigate, the police officer said. Qin Zhao moved aside and allowed the officer to come in. The officer still didn't lower his guard. He walked into the living room and saw water everywhere. The wall had collapsed and the furniture was practically all damaged. There was only a glass table unharmed. It had 3 small animals on it, a white fox, a Shar-Pei dog, and a colorful poisonous snake. They seemed to be coexisting peacefully though and stared at the officer with strange eyes. They're my pets. It looks like a tornado just ripped through here, the officer said, scanning the surroundings. When I rented this place, the agent said that it's a bit paranormal, Qin Zhao said earnestly. I didn't believe it then, but now I do. The officer shivered. The living room was kind of cold. Is this 13 Banana Street, Mountain Town? 13 was obviously an unlucky number. Anything that was related to 13 made people feel uncomfortable. Chen Zhao nodded. Yes, it's 13 Banana Street, Mountain Town. I will report your situation up and someone will come to check if it was caused by man or not. Okay, Chen Zhao said helplessly. Sir, I think it's best if you move out for now. Think about your safety. Thank you. I don't have anywhere to go though. I can't go to the police station, right? If you don't mind, I can bring you there. You won't get ghosts there, at least. Oh, it's fine. It'll be daybreak in a few hours. I'll just sleep and it'll be over. All right. If you run into trouble, call the police. Good luck. The officer was responsible for surveying the small town. There wasn't actually a police station in the town. Mountain Town's public security was under the responsibility of the Greater LA Area Sub-Bureau. The officer had heard before that there was a house in the town where many people had died in. He just didn't know which one it was. When Chen Zhao said this house had paranormal instances, he accepted it quickly. He even thought that this might be paranormal activity too. It wasn't true that Americans wouldn't believe in these things. They might even be more gullible than Chinese people. In the morning, Chen Zhao contacted the renovation company and paid $1,000 to rebuild everything. It didn't feel good to eat breakfast in the messy room at all. Just then, someone charged in. Oh my God, what happened here? World War III? It was Manny, Zola's daughter. Chen Zhao put down his sandwich. Why did you come? To find you. Are we close? You might become my stepdad. I need to get to know my stepdad beforehand. Is there a problem? I think you've made a mistake, Chen Zhao said with a dark expression. I'm not your stepdad and I'm not going to be. Ooh, such a cute puppy. Her name is Carrie. She's a fox, not a dog. Carrie tried to escape from Manny's clutches, but when she wasn't using her abilities, she was Beelzebub's size. Such soft fur. Be my stepdad and give me Carrie? I refuse. And let me tell you again. I'm not your stepdad. I don't plan on being anyone's stepdad. Is my mom not good enough? No, she's great. Then why won't you be my stepdad? Your mother is your mother. I'm me. She's great, but that doesn't mean we need to get married. But you guys have sex. So? What does that mean? It means that you need to take responsibility and marry my mom. Isn't that what you Asians believe in? You think that people who have sex need to get married? Of course. So if I rape you now, you'll marry me? Manny turned and ran away. Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. A while later, Carrie, who'd been kidnapped by Manny, ran back. Carrie, come out. Manny's voice traveled in from the outside. Don't stay with that perv. Unlike with Daniel, Zola protected Manny more. At least, some of her thoughts were still very naive. A while later, Daniel's voice sounded outside. Manny, how come you're here? You shouldn't be here. Daniel, that asshole wants to rape me. What? What happened? He said it. He said he wants to rape me. Daniel broke through the door. Chen, get this straight. Why does Manny say that you want to rape her? Chen Zhao rolled his eyes, not wanting to reply to Daniel. If I wanted that, do you think you can still see her in one piece? You want to, but you haven't acted yet, Manny said while hiding behind Daniel. Daniel, what do you need? If there's nothing, then get out. I need to clean up. Daniel finally noticed Chen Zhao's living room. What happened here? World War III? You two really are siblings. You say the same things. Chen, how about you move to Beverly Hills? I'll borrow a house from Grandpa. We can live together. No. People will think we're gay. Even if I want to co-rent with someone, I'll find a woman and not you. We're brothers. We can get girls together, party together, go crazy together. No one will think we're gay. I don't want to. We can go have fun together, but we don't have to live together and go out together. Chen Zhao rejected him without even thinking. Daniel, how can you be brothers with someone like him? Let's go. Take me home. Manny tugged on Daniel. I'm busy today. Leave, Qin Zhao said. Fine. I'll go now, but there's a party in a few days. Will you come? What time? Saturday night. I'll see. After Daniel left, Qin Zhao finally knocked on the basement door. Blackie, how's your renovation going? The door opened and Blackie floated out. Come in. I'm mostly done. The last Soulbringer left many things behind. A lot of the collections were jumping around. It was hard for me to finally capture them all. Are you sure humans can go in? There won't be any danger, right? I'm certain. Hearing that, Qin Zhao entered the basement. The first few steps were quite normal, but the further he went, the murkier his vision became. Then there was fog everywhere, but the environment somehow became vast and open. He found himself standing in the center of a cemetery. There was a dark castle up ahead. That's my home. Blackie had suddenly spoken behind Qin Zhao, which scared him. Blackie, stop scaring people. I thought that we're familiar with each other, and you should be used to it. I'll never be used to it. My power recovered quite a lot, Beelzebub suddenly said. He started enlarging. Me too, Raymond said. He'd become a 10-meter-long cobra. Seems like this isn't the human world. I'm no longer restricted by the principles of the human world. My power has recovered 60%. Qin Zhao looked at Carrie. She was the only one who hadn't changed. Raymond and Beelzebub had been tormented by Carrie last night. Now, they all looked at her with dangerous expressions. Chapter 49 Inheritance from the Previous Grim Reaper. Chapter 49 Inheritance from the Previous Grim Reaper. Blackie pulled Qin Zhao away. Let's stand back before we get affected by their battle. Qin Zhao glanced at the three demons and decided to keep his distance. Black clouds started gathering in the sky again, just like what had happened in the living room the previous day, only that its range was larger. Carrie's appearance did not change, but she indeed seemed to be stronger than before. The three demons started to have a messy fight. Although their powers were not too destructive, such a non-CGI battle scene was still appalling. An enormous, 10-meter-long snake and a Shar-Pei which was larger than a tiger were frantically dodging the hailstones falling from the sky. Carrie did not move at all and only stood still while using her icy powers to stop Raymond and Beelzebub from coming closer. She was like a snow elf, standing proudly at her spot with ice and snow circling around her body. Why do I feel that as subordinates under the 7 sins, Beelzebub and Raymond are much weaker than Carrie? At the very least, Qin Zhao thought that Carrie's icy powers looked much more gorgeous. You can't compare their powers like this. Blackie stood at the side, watching the battle. They can't display their true powers here, so it appears as if Beelzebub and Raymond are not as strong as Carrie. Actually, their powers are more or less the same. Beelzebub's and Raymond's powers as subordinates may even be stronger than that of Carrie. I only believe in what I see. Qin Zhao could not understand how the powers of demons were calculated. Was the strength of a demon not decided by battles? Could their powers not be seen from the fight that was happening? Let them continue their fight. I'll bring you around in the castle. When Blackie and Qin Zhao arrived before the castle, the suspension bridge lowered slowly. After passing the bridge, they reached the gates. There were 2 guards standing on both sides of the gates. Qin Zhao glanced at the guards. Are these decorations? Or something else? I feel somewhat creeped out by them. These were left behind by the crevice's original master. The previous Soulbringer lived in the late Middle Ages, I think, so most decorations here are from the Middle Ages. For example, these 2 are headless horsemen. Headless horsemen? Qin Zhao had of course heard about the Headless Horseman. It was a famous existence in Western mythology. But shouldn't the Headless Horseman come with a horse called Daredevil? Yes, but to put it simply, a Headless Horseman is just the soul of a knight whose head has been cut off. The soul is trapped in the armor and fuses with the armor. If the armor is destroyed, so will the soul. Do they have their own awareness? Nope. They're but marionettes and they do whatever I tell them to. Qin Zhao heard deep breathing sounds from the depths of the castle which did not sound like humans. What's inside? Little three, come out and meet my friend. From the shadows, a dog which was much larger than Beelzebub walked out slowly. It had 3 heads. Cerberus? Haha, its appearance seems to be especially frightening to humans. Is it not Cerberus? Yes and no. What do you mean? The Cerberus you humans know refers to the Hell Gatekeeper in Greek mythology. It's a specific example of a hellhound. In fact, the hellhound is a creation of demons, and there are more than one. As long as you have enough raw materials, you can make as many as you want. Apart from not being able to reproduce, their habits are more or less the same as an ordinary dog. How about food? Anything smaller than itself is its food. All the 3 heads stuck their tongues out. It really did look like an ordinary dog. Little 3 is the name you gave it? Yes. Don't you think I'm gifted at giving names? Does it like this name? I think so. Good. It's just like how I call you Blackie. The fact that you can accept it is more important than anything else, including whether the name itself is good or not. Qin Zhao took out a nail-sized piece of demonic crystal. Little 3, come, it's for you. Demonic crystals were irresistible to all demons and related species, including hellhounds. The center head of Little 3 was the first to react. It stuck its tongue out and snatched the demonic crystal. The other 2 heads stared at Qin Zhao in resentment. This caused Qin Zhao to be somewhat confused. Do the 3 heads share one awareness, or are they separate? 3. They share one body but have 3 minds. Oh, I see. Qin Zhao took out 2 more pieces of demonic crystals. The head at the center still wanted to snatch the crystals, but Qin Zhao pushed it away. Give them to your 2 brothers. You already had one. Since their habits were similar to a dog, Qin Zhao was not worried that it would attack him. Qin Zhao really trusted dogs, at least more than he trusted humans. Oh yeah, since they have 3 minds, 1 name will not suffice. You need 2 more names. Little 1 and Little 2. What do you think? Fantastic. You're indeed gifted at giving names. So you're Little 1, Little 2, and Little 3. Blackie counted from the head on the left to the one on the right, distributing the names properly. Clearly hellhounds were cheerful creatures. They did not mind if their names were really bad. Was it from the previous owner as well? No. It's my creation. At the end of the aisle, Qin Zhao came to a sudden halt, because the ring pit before him was filled with bones. A wooden bridge lied above the pit. What's this? The bad taste of the previous owner. He has once appeared before mankind. I think he's the creator of necromancers. He injected souls into these skeletons so that they could move temporarily. Then the ignorant humans called him a necromancer. Can you soulbringers appear before humans? It depends on our powers. I can't do it, but those powerful and old soulbringers can. How old are you? Around 100 years old. How long can you soulbringers live? Around 500 years. Some can live longer, but usually not more than 1,000 years. So you're considered as young in your race, right? Blackie nodded. Oh yeah, I can bring you to the previous owner's lab. Lab? Yes. You know that we usually live alone, but we also feel lonely, so we normally have some hobbies to do when we're free, such as research or learning. Blackie brought Qin Zhao into the laboratory. In the web-filled laboratory, Qin Zhao saw many shelves full of jars. Most of the jars contained a green liquid in which weird-shaped organisms were floating. What are these? Hell organisms? Chapter 50 Demon's Art of Healing. Chapter 50 Demon's Art of Healing. No, they're all modified from regular organisms. They're all dead? Most are dead, but a portion hasn't died yet. Qin Zhao strolled to a shelf. Suddenly, an octopus in a jar slammed against the side of the jaw. Qin Zhao freaked out and almost twisted his ankle. He seemed to have missed his step. Looking down, he realized he'd stepped onto a switch. A door opened up on the wall. Huh! You actually found a switch here. I didn't even discover it. Should we go in and look? Qin Zhao didn't dare go in alone. It felt safer to be with Blackie. After entering through the secret door, they followed the snaking tunnel down. A few minutes later, they reached the bottom. It was a research lab with all kinds of torture devices. There were strange skeletons carved onto the tools. Blackie studied them. It looks like the former went against some taboos. What taboos? It experimented on living beings. The rule of us Soulbringers is that it's forbidden to directly kill any living beings. However, it did living experiments. There was a bookshelf on the side with many books on it. Qin Zhao took one down. It was actually a medical book. The former Soulbringer clearly did experiments on humans too. Qin Zhao looked through the book and was unexpectedly interested. Blackie, can I bring this book out to read? No. Many of the things here are too ancient. If you take them out, they'll corrode completely. If you want to read them, you can visit at any time. The Hellhounds know you anyway. Okay. Qin Zhao realized that he wasn't the first person to use demonic crystals. This previous guy had also experimented with it. The book contained notes and research on this too. The content was great inspiration for Qin Zhao. To him, the book was like a treasure chest. However, the last thing the author wrote was that his experiments were never successful because there weren't enough demonic crystals. The book's content was neither Chinese nor Western medicine. It didn't even belong to this world. This was probably demonic medicine. It was developed by a demon, and the contents touched on some medication created with materials from hell. Some were used on humans, some on demons, and others could be used on animals too. Blackie, can you Soulbringers enter hell too? We're a type of demon. Is it strange for us to go into hell? Okay, pretend I didn't ask. Qin Zhao put down the book. He wanted to take it out, but Blackie was right. If he took it out, the book would disappear instantly. The content in the book wasn't suitable to appear in the world either. Did they finish fighting? A long time ago. Who won? Carrie. She beat Beelzebub and Raymond? Yes. But you said Beelzebub and Raymond are stronger. I also said that they can't use their true strength. When Qin Zhao and Blackie walked out of the castle, Carrie was still chasing after Beelzebub and Raymond. The scene was quite odd. A white fox the size of a kitten was chasing two beasts that were 100 times her size. Of course, there was also a black cloud that kept following them. However, when Qin Zhao came over, Carrie had already given up on chasing after the two. She jumped into Qin Zhao's arms. Master, I'm powerful, right? Yes. Then how about we kill their projections? You only need me. Ha! If I kill anyone, I'll kill all of you, Qin Zhao thought. Can't you all act more like normal pets? If they were regular pets, it was okay even if they fooled around like huskies, as long as they didn't demolish his home. Thank God they were fighting in Blackie's new home. If they fought outside, Qin Zhao's new home would probably be flattened already. After leaving Blackie's new home, they appeared in the basement. Qin Zhao's phone rang. It was Ethan. Chun, where did you go? I called you but there was no signal. I thought you got buried alive by someone. Do you need anything? There's business. This client is at Angel Beach. Who is it? What's the price? $200. That's so cheap. Go take a look. Oh, you know him? I know of her, but I don't know her. A celebrity? No, regular person. Okay, I'll go look. I wonder what kind of person will make you ask so directly. Qin Zhao called Vincent next. Vincent, come to my house in 20 minutes. $100. After getting Daniel's payment, Qin Zhao's wallet became much thicker. He could pay more generously too. Vincent arrived within 20 minutes. Qin, get on. Where are we going? Angel Beach. Hurry, the patient has waited for a long time. How come you have a new pet? What's its name? Vincent saw the white fox jump in from the rearview mirror. Curious, he asked. Is it a fox? Her name is Carrie. Carrie, this is Vincent. Carrie stood in the back seat, looking here and there. She looked 100 times more attractive than Beelzebub and Raymond. Everyone would genuinely like her at first glance. Chen, how do you train them? How come every pet has such unusual behaviors in your hands? Are you a druid? You're not the first person to ask me that. Angel Beach was a very popular beach. There were bikini-clad beauties everywhere. The ocean and beach were filled with people. Chen, where's your patient? If it's someone drowning, he's probably gone to see God already. Vincent sat in the car. He was enjoying the groups of sexy girls too. Qin Zhao rolled his eyes as he looked at the sea of people. If someone was drowning, it wouldn't be his job to save him either. There were lifeguards here. I'll ask Ethan. Ethan, I'm already at Angel Beach. Where's the client you said? In the lifeguard team, Ethan said. Qin Zhao brought his 3 pets off the car. Vincent stuck his head out and said, Chen, should I wait for you here? I don't know how long it'll take. If you give me $100 more, I can wait until the end of time. Fine. Here's 100. Qin Zhao walked toward the lifeguard team. A muscle man was standing at the top of a small wooden tower. He wore red swimming trunks and had binoculars hanging around his neck. There was an inflatable next to him. Hey, how can I help you? He looked down at Qin Zhao. I'm a doctor. I heard someone needs treatment here. Ethan sent you? Yes. The muscle man scanned Qin Zhao and then waved his hand. Follow me. Romeo did not say anything else and brought Qin Zhao out. Qin Zhao left the coastal rescue team. However, the look of the dying dog was still vivid in his mind. Chen, are we leaving? Wait for a while. Take your time. Anyway, there's so many sexy women here. Vincent replied. Then continue watching them. Qin Zhao ran back to the HQ of the coastal rescue team. Romeo did not leave and noticed Qin Zhao's return. Chun, why are you back? You forgot something? Can you give that dog to me? Perhaps I can make it live longer. Buddy, he has cancer. Only God can cure him. I only want to try. You're going to kill it anyway. No. We have never planned to kill it, only Fei Lai did. In fact, I've never supported this idea at all, and we're also not going to give it to anyone. It's the hero here and we'll hold the grandest funeral for it. What it needs now is not a grand funeral. Maybe I cannot cure it, but I can allow it to run again in the last part of its life, just like a normal dog. Romeo fell into silence. Looking at the 2 pets beside Qin Zhao, he started hesitating. He could tell that Qin Zhao was also a kind man. When Qin Zhao walked out of the room just now, his face was completely dark. Clearly, he was furious about why he was called here. Having displayed such anger, Qin Zhao would surely not harm their hero. Can you come at night? Romeo asked. Sure. Qin Zhao could understand Romeo's intention. He was probably trying to avoid Fei Lai. Qin Zhao did not leave. He found a restaurant nearby and asked Vincent to eat together, successfully spending the entire afternoon. Qin Zhao really wanted a pet, a real pet, and not a demon or something else. Chen, what you're about to do is illegal, right? Vincent asked. Please. I'm never going to do something illegal. Someone said that he's going to give me a dog, and I don't know anything else. Even if I appear in court one day, I'm still going to say that. You claim that you don't do anything illegal. So does being an illegal doctor count? Please provide your evidence, or I'll make you sit in jail until the end of time. The antagonists in movies always say this, but in the end, they always get caught. The reality is not a movie, and I'm also not an antagonist. This is not your style. You don't benefit from this at all. You took $200 from me for the rides, and also made me treat you a meal, which costs $30. And my pay this time is only $200, so I did not come here for profit in the first place. Qin Zhao said. Then what is it for? Love? I only hope that the dog can have a good ending. It's worth me paying $230 for. Chapter 52 Are there really miracles in this world? Chapter 52 Are there really miracles in this world? As the sky darkened, the people on the beach lessened. Phalai works over. Robio patted Phalai's shoulder. Go relax. Phalai had heavy spirits. Others didn't know this, but when she was still a child, she'd come to this beach and had had an accident that had put her in danger. It had been Walter, the hero dog lifeguard, who'd saved her. Every year after that, Phalai would come visit Walter. Last year, she became Walter's companion. However, Walter had aged considerably by then. He could no longer run or swim so fast. But to Phalai, he was still her hero. She viewed him as her family. 2 months ago, he was diagnosed with stomach cancer. For both humans and dogs, this was a fatal condition. Seeing how Walter suffered, Phalai felt even more pain. She tried many things, but she realized that both humans and dogs would become so weak and powerless in the face of cancer. Some people thought that euthanasia was mercy. Others thought it was cruel. Phalai had never thought that she would get this idea one day. However, as soon as this idea was planted, she couldn't control it anymore. She thought that death was the biggest help to Walter. She just couldn't make the final decision. She'd rather invite an outsider, a stranger, to help her. Unfortunately, that person refused her and humiliated her right there. Your sadness won't save Walter. I don't want Walter to see you like this either. I can take over now. The lifeguards had shifts too. Robio volunteered to switch today. Okay. After Phalai left the beach, she went straight to the hospital. When was the last time you went to our house? Phalai hugged her little sister. Phalai, how come you're here? Was younger, but she was more mature. You seem sad. Did you get dumped? Is there a cure for cancer? Phalai, don't tell me you have cancer. Instantly grew nervous. No, not me. Someone important to me got cancer. You already know the answer, said helplessly. Why are you asking me? There's no cure for cancer. At least, there's no effective treatment right now. The treatments are mainly for repressing the condition or cutting it out, but relapse is common for the latter. Are there really no miracles in this world? If we're talking about miracles, there really is. I witnessed it too. What miracle? My professor was in the late stages of stomach cancer. She's already 96 years old too. I was in charge of everything, from her diagnosis to re-examination and treatment. My treatment didn't seem to have any effect though. It couldn't even delay her death. But recently, she recovered miraculously. Completely. Her cancer cells vanished, and then I did all sorts of tests to confirm that they really were gone. Don't you think it's a miracle? How can this happen? Did she try some special medicine? I don't know. I can't be sure if she has used some type of special medicine either, but she said that she didn't. So did she or did she not? My guess is that she personally didn't, and someone secretly gave it to her without her knowing. A day before she recovered, she was taken to the hospital by her grandson and his friend because of a big relapse. That day, her tumor began shrinking rapidly and vanished within 24 hours. I suspect that her grandson's friend secretly gave her some medicine. You're sure? I've seen her grandson's friend twice. The first time, he snuck into the room of a child with brain cancer. I'd already notified the child's family that he might pass away, but the next day, he was miraculously able to be discharged. The tumor hadn't disappeared completely, but it had shrunk to 1/3 the size. The danger had passed. I suspect that the child had been saved because of him too. He's a doctor? Yes, a very strange man. He has great skills but no license. I wonder if he researched by himself and discovered the medicine to cure cancer. Are you being serious? These are all my guesses. Even I doubt if it's true or if it's just a coincidence. Do you know how to find that man? Forrest shook her head. No. I tried, but I just can't find him. I asked my professor for her grandson's number and tried to have him give me the man's contact information, but he refused. There's no other way to find him? Feilai grabbed Four's hand pleadingly. Four thought for a moment and a light bulb flashed. Oh, I thought of something. She immediately pulled out a pile of documents and flipped through it. I found it. This is it. Rasva Loraham, Zola Loraham, it's them. These two were VIPs of the hospital, so the hospital stored their information. Isn't Rasva Loraham the chairman of PLM Film? I saw him on the entertainment section of the LA Times. This man seems to be his private doctor. You want to get information from him? That's impossible. He's a billionaire. You probably can't even get close to him, let alone get information out of him. Not him. His daughter, Miss Zola. She should be rich too, right? Are you sure you can get close to her? Of course. Her son was attacked by a shark at the beach recently, and lost his left leg. I did the surgery. He's in the recovery stage now. I can use this as an excuse to visit him. When will you go? Now? Can you take me with you? Feilai looked at her with anticipation. Then let's go, Four said. Did you drive? Yes. Where does she live? Beverly Hills. Rich as expected. Stop pulling me. I need to get her son's records organized. Go get the car from the underground parking. Chapter 53 Mystery. Chapter 53 Mystery. After Feilai and Four reached Beverly Hills, they left the car and walked in. Zola Lorentham's house should be right in front. This place is so luxurious. The best coastline of Los Angeles, no, of the entire United States is taken by these rich people, and the richest among them took the best part. Since they're so rich, they'll naturally try their best to enjoy the best. However, death is fair. Whether you're rich or poor, you can't escape death. For, look there. Feilai suddenly pointed her finger in front. Why? Do you know that person? No. Look closely. Isn't that the amputated Daniel Loraham in your files? On a road filled with windmill palms, there was a young man in sweatshirt running. Four immediately took out her files. Are they twins? Four, look at his left leg. Looks like it's from someone else. Did he find a person who's willing to denote his leg and do limb exchange? No way. It's just been 9 days since Daniel's operation. Even if he did such a surgery, and it was successful without any rejection, he would also not be able to run so soon. Moreover, I don't see any signs of stitching on his leg. It looks like his leg has developed normally. But the color of his upper thigh is clearly different from the rest of his leg. Frowning, Four called, Daniel. Hearing the shout, Daniel turned his head and looked at Four and Feilai. Then, he jogged towards them. Ladies, do I know you? Daniel did not recognize Four. After all, he was unconscious during the operation. After that, he was sent to his home directly. Thus, he had never seen Four and did not know her identity. Daniel, weren't you amputated? How? Ha! That's just misinformation. Actually, I was only mildly injured that time, even though everyone thought it was severe. Are you a friend of Riley? Or Joseph? Daniel answered calmly. In fact, this was what he had been telling his friends over these few days. Is it? Have you not been amputated? Of course not. If I was amputated, would I be able to stand in front of you now? Daniel gave a dry laugh. Little did he know that while this would work for all his schoolmates, it was completely useless before Four. That was because Four was the person who had cut his leg off. Daniel, I forgot to explain. I'm actually a doctor. 9 days ago, I carried out amputation for a patient who had been bitten by a shark. Sorry. I am busy. I have to leave now. Daniel turned around, ready to run away. He had just lied to someone whom he should have been afraid to meet. There was already no way he could explain himself. Daniel, I have with me your medical report. If you run away now, I'll publicize the report right away. Daniel stopped and stared at Four and Feilai with a gloomy look. What do you want? How much do you want? We don't want any money. We're not blackmailers, Four said. Did Chen connect your leg for you? Chun? Who's Chen? I don't know him. For waved the medical report in her hand. Are you sure? Daniel shamelessly snatched the report from For. I'm very sure. I don't know the Chen you're talking about. You can take all you want. I can print as many reports as I want from the hospital. Just tell me a price. How about $100,000? As long as you stop disturbing me. That's generous, but unfortunately I don't want any money. I only want Chen's number. Then just publicize the report. Nobody will believe you anyway, because the fact that I'm standing right now is enough to crush all rumors. What if I had a video of the operation? Do you still think that nobody will believe it? Daniel gritted his teeth. It doesn't matter what you have. I'm not going to admit that I have any relations with Chen. Why are you even trying to help him hide this? I will be able to find him sooner or later. I don't care if you can find him. Chapter 54 Pet. Chapter 54 Pet. Robio carried Walter while looking at Chen Zhao. I hope I can go see Walter whenever I want. If he dies, please notify me. Of course. Chen Zhao nodded. Walter, come here. Chen Zhao clapped his hands and went to hold Walter. Walter was very weak. These few months of illness had made living more painful than dying for him. However, without my permission, you can't disclose where Walter went or any information about me, okay? Okay. Robio nodded. I'll tell For that I killed Walter. Chen Zhao carried Walter to the car. Walter lay in Chen Zhao's lap and drifted to sleep. At home, Chen Zhao mixed some perfect crystal powder in water and gave it to Walter. The effect was nice, but he needed to rest more. Woof, woof, woof. Only one person would appear by sticking his head out of the wall, Blackie. Walter barked crazily at him, clearly thinking Blackie was an intruder. Hey, Blackie! Chen Zhao said, surprised. He can see you. Not every dog can see me, but some human pets are special, Blackie said in defense. They can see things that humans can't. He glanced at Walter. Chen, where did you get him from? I can sense the deathly aura from him. You can sense his death? Yes. It's a gravely sick dog. However, I just gave it some perfect crystal. Is it ineffective? Seems like it. It will die in 6 hours. Right now is just a reflection of its life. Chen Zhao furrowed his brows. Why is it not working? Are demonic crystals ineffective on dogs? I don't know. After all, no one has used such precious demonic crystals on a dog before. Chen Zhao's expression darkened. Are there no other solutions? You're the doctor. You know more about saving people. On the other hand, I'm a soulbringer. I know more about death than you. I need to go to your home. You're welcome any time, Blackie said. Chen Zhao brought Walter into Blackie's territory. Walter was clearly unsettled and kept looking around. Just then, a huge figure emerged from the mist. Woof, woof, woof. Little 1, Little 2, and Little 3 had appeared. Woof, woof, woof. Walter, calm down, Chen Zhao comforted it. They're not enemies. Walter looked suspiciously at the 3. He seemed very troubled. Little 1, Little 2, and Little 3 also looked at Walter suspiciously. Then Walter went forward and licked Little 2's head. The hellhound lowered onto the ground and put their heads together. They felt that Walter was the same as them, just much smaller. Maybe it was a child. With their intelligence, they couldn't comprehend how they were different. By nature, they were still dogs. Walter also couldn't understand. It had seen many dogs before, and its slightly less advanced brain just assumed that these guys were also dogs. Little 1, Little 2, Little 3, you guys play with Walter, okay? The 3 heads licked Chen Zhao and he patted them all, one by one. He had to treat them all equally. Anyone who didn't attention would throw a tantrum. Dogs were all like this. They could coexist peacefully with humans, but they had attitudes too. Chen Zhao walked into the research lab and impatiently rushed to the lower level. He had to find out why Walter couldn't absorb the demonic crystal. This process didn't take too much time. He soon found relevant content. It said, "I've done many experiments on animals, humans, and demons. Many experiments use demonic crystals. These crystals have demonic in the name, but they aren't unique to hell. There are demonic crystals in the human world too. They are just much rarer. Demons have the highest absorption rate. They can absorb 90% of 1 year's worth demonic crystals and directly extend their lives. Humans are next. They can absorb around 1/4 of what a demon can. Humans can't take large amounts though. This is due to the structure of their body. They're too fragile. Animals are the worst at absorbing demonic crystals. This is because their intelligence is too low, so their souls are more fragile too. The demonic crystal doesn't only affect the physical body. It also affects the soul. The main purpose is to lengthen lives. To do so, one must strengthen one's body and soul. Demons are the strongest in these two aspects, so the demonic crystal is also the most effective for them. Chapter 55 Converting Walter. Chapter 55 Converting Walter. "Blackie, are you there?" Blackie's head popped out from the wall. "Yes? Can I summon an inferior demon here?" "Of course." After all, it was Blackie's territory. Although Chen Zhao was a frequent guest, he still had to respect Blackie. Chen Zhao summoned Raz, who immediately bowed at him humbly. "The honored living, thank you for summoning me. Is there anything I can help you with? I need a hatching fruit and also some water from the Blood Sea." "Huh! The honored living, are you going to convert into a demon? Or perhaps converting someone else into a demon? It's my pet, not me. Is the conversion ritual very common?" In the past, such a conversion was unheard of, until 300 years ago, when a method to convert into hybrid demons appeared. 300 years ago? Did this particular soulbringer spread the method to hell? "You also need some demon's blood, which I'm willing to donate." "Oh right, I don't think you need mine, you have a better choice." "A better choice? What's the benefit of using better demon's blood?" "A higher success rate. At the same time, there will be a small chance of an unexpected effect." "What unexpected effect?" "Awakening of special abilities." "Like the special abilities of demons?" "Yes." "Okay, I got it. What's the prices of these two things?" 10 years of demonic crystals for the hatching fruit, and 1 year for the Blood Sea water. "Can I give you perfect crystal powder?" "Perfect crystal powder?" When Raz saw Chen Zhao take out a bag of perfect crystal powder, his face froze at once. You ground a perfect crystal into powder?" "Yup." "God. Do you know what you've done? You're wasting a treasure. Do you know how precious perfect crystals are in hell? Only large demon lords and demon kings can enjoy those. You actually ground one into powder." It was not the first time Chen Zhao heard a demon complain about his action, but he was not too concerned. A perfect crystal that had been ground into powder form would only help him earn more demonic crystals. One must learn to give before one can gain. "Can you sell me the remaining perfect crystal powder? What are you going to give me in return? The spatial ring?" "The honored human, that's impossible. Although a perfect crystal is still very valuable after being ground, it cannot be compared to a full crystal. But its value should still be quite high, or else you wouldn't have asked me to sell it to you. If you still have all the powder from the perfect crystal, I can of course trade it with the spatial ring, but you've already used a lot." "Fine. So what are you going to give me to exchange for the perfect crystal powder?" "How about a stone of contamination? They have roughly the same value." "Stone of contamination? What's its use?" "It can make a human or a demon sick, and you can control it. The stone of contamination contains all the diseases in the human world and in hell." Raz took out a green stone. "I'm a doctor. I don't need this." "Precisely because you're a doctor you need it. You can make someone sick and then treat the person. That's the fastest way for you to earn money. It's too troublesome. I might as well rob someone. Do you have anything else that's useful?" After thinking for a while, Raz said, "Spiritual vessel." Perhaps it will be useful for you. Spiritual vessel? Yes. The spiritual vessel can absorb the spiritual power of others and then inject it into a specific target. What's the use of the so-called spiritual power? It can make a person more lively. For example, when you're tired, you can restore your energy with just a bit of spiritual power. Not useful at all. Qin Zhao twitched his mouth. How much does it cost? 1/3 of the perfect crystal powder. Too expensive. I can give you at most 1/4. Fine. Noticing Raz's quick agreement, Qin Zhao felt that the price was too high. Raz took out an hourglass and gave it to Qin Zhao. How do I use it? Put it somewhere with a lot of people. It will be filled with spiritual power automatically. Will it cause any harm to others? Nope. Actually, it's not engulfing the spiritual power of others, but rather absorbing the spiritual power that's being released by others. When you need it, just open the cover and drink some to restore your energy. Do you have any other good stuff? Raz presented a few more items to Qin Zhao, none of which he found useful. Oh yeah? Do you still have substitution coins? No. I only had one that time. If you manage to get more of them, tell me. Sure. If there's nothing else, I'll return to hell first. Bye. Qin Zhao walked out again and asked Beelzebub to donate some of his blood. Walter, come here. Qin Zhao found Walter, which was playing with the hellhound. Walter stuck its tongue out and ran towards Qin Zhao. Walter, you're not going to live for much longer. Now I'm going to convert you into a demon. I hope that you can understand it, as it can allow you to live longer. If you accept, bark once, and if you don't, bark twice. Woof, woof! Great. You just accepted my offer twice. Qin Zhao squatted down. Drink all of this. Tilting its head, Walter stared at Qin Zhao. He could not understand what Qin Zhao was trying to say. It could only understand some simple instructions and actions from humans. Qin Zhao did the action of drinking. Drink this. Drink. Looking at the colorful liquid in the bowl, Walter seemed to be somewhat reluctant. Even Walter probably felt that it was some kind of dark cuisine. Little one, little two, little three, come and drink half of it. The 3 huge dog heads lowered and stuck their tongues out together. Immediately, the demonic medicine that Qin Zhao had spent much effort to make reduced by half. Stop. That's too much. Roar. The 3 heads all howled in delight. They liked the taste. After all, the medicine had some perfect crystal powder in it. Seeing the joy of little one, little two, and little three, Walter finally lowered its head and drank the demonic medicine. The taste was somewhat weird but nice. However, after taking a few mouthfuls, Walter seemed to feel tired. It took a few shaky steps and then fell beside Qin Zhao's feet. Woof! Little one pushed Walter with his head, but there was no response. Qin Zhao checked Walter's condition. It was still breathing and seemed to have just fallen asleep. Nevertheless, Qin Zhao was unsure if the demonic medicine he had made was effective. Chapter 56 You're Ethan's son? Chapter 56 You're Ethan's son? Qin Zhao left Walter with the hellhounds and told them to take care of it. He went into the research lab and continued reading the demon's medical book. Suddenly, he heard the hellhounds bark and he ran out. Walter had already woken up, but he seemed to be rolling on the ground in pain. Qin Zhao didn't get close. He stood and watched Walter from afar. The medicine might have come into effect, changing Walter's body and soul. However, his outer appearance didn't change. After more than 10 minutes of pain, Walter slowly calmed down. If one only looked at his appearance, his head had gotten slightly bigger, but there weren't any other changes. After the pain subsided, he would never feel pain again. Compared to the torture of cancer, he felt very light and filled with energy now. Walter leapt onto Qin Zhao. He stumbled back and almost lost his balance. It had gotten much stronger. The demonic medicine had gone into effect. He had become a hybrid demon now. Smiling wryly, Qin Zhao patted Walter's head. He'd wanted to raise him like a regular pet, but he became a demon. Did he have no chance to have a normal pet? Little 1, little 2, little 3, Walter and I are going out. You all can play with Walter next time. The 3 hellhounds walked Qinzhao and Walter to the door. They seemed very sad. Dogs needed their owner's accompaniment. If they didn't have attention in a long time, they would get depressed. The 3 hellhounds were all dogs that lacked love, all 3 of them. Blackie didn't have time to play with them, so they were excited whenever Qinzhao visited. They didn't want to let Qinzhao and Walter leave. Little 2 tugged on the corner of Qinzhao's shirt. It wished he wouldn't have to go and could keep playing with them. You 3 be good. I'm really leaving now, but I promise I'll come again tomorrow, okay? Little 2 let go of Qinzhao's shirt and whined. Walter walked over and put his head against Little 2's. Then it switched to Little 1 and Little 3. They seemed to be communicating. Woof. Finally, Qinzhao and Walter reached the exit and returned to their home. Human, you messed around the entire night just to turn this regular dog into a hybrid demon? Beelzebub said with disdain. He could sense his blood running through Walter. Master, you already have me, Carrie said in a choked voice. Why do you have to lure over other demons? Qinzhao glared at Raymond, who was about to speak. Don't talk. If you do, I'm going to make snake soup. I was going to tell you that you have 3 missed calls. Raymond shrugged its head. Okay, I wronged you. Even if this dog turns into a hybrid demon, it's still stupid, Raymond said nonchalantly. I don't know what its value is, making you put so much effort in saving her. I don't get it. As expected, you're all so petty. He is a new friend. You don't have to welcome it, but why do you have to insult him? Ding dong. The doorbell rang just then. It was the police from last time. Qinzhao was confused. Sir, we meet again. You're still living here? Yeah, the rent's cheap. Yesterday, we received a complaint that dog barks here disturbed the neighbors. I'm sorry. I have a new family member. It might have been lost in this unfamiliar environment. It won't happen again. Okay, it's just a small thing. Keep it in mind for the future. Are there still paranormal activities here? Not yet. If it happens again, I'll let you know. You don't have to. I don't know how to take care of that. You know, the residents in town have started a bet. Betting what? How long you can stay here. Did you bet? Yeah. I bet $10 that you'll move within the month. Did anyone bet that I won't move? I want to bet for myself. Yes. If you die here, it's 3 times the bet. Qinzhao didn't reply. Okay, I'm going on patrol. Oh, right. We're acquaintances now, right? But I don't know your name yet. I'm Leonardo, not that movie star. I know that if you Asians hear my name, you'll immediately think of him. I'm Qinzhao, but you can call me Qin. Okay, Qin. Next time I get off work, we can get a drink together. Bye. Bye. As soon as Leonardo left, Robio came. Robio, how did you find me? Qinzhao stared at him in shock. I know Ethan. Even if you know Ethan, he won't give my address to anybody, especially a stranger. Qinzhao furrowed his brows. He'd agreed for Robio to come see Walter, but he didn't expect the man to suddenly burst into his home. I'm his son. What? Qinzhao was floored. Robio was Ethan's son. How come I've never heard him mention you before? That old stubborn man won't ever admit that his son's gay. Okay. You want to see Walter? Yes. I need to be sure that you're not abusing him. Walter, come. Walter ran out with an open mouth. Seeing Robio, it flew up and pounced. Robio was huge, but he almost lost his balance. Walter? Oh my God! You look great. Robio hugged Walter. He could barely recognize her. How could Walter become so energetic in one night? Chen, has Walter recovered? No. You know that cancer can't be cured. I'm only a traditional Chinese doctor. I can only make it not be tormented by sickness in its short life. Seems like I didn't make a mistake in giving Walter to you. He looks like he really did recover, though. Romeo knew that it wasn't possible, but seeing Walter's vigor, he was still very happy. I need to get to work. Bye, Chen. I won't come without any warning next time. I'll let you know beforehand. Goodbye. Where's Walter? Romeo, you're here just in time. You were working last night, right? Where's Walter? I searched the entire headquarters, but I can't find it. Looking at Feilai, who was going crazy, Romeo's face twitched. Feilai, Walter won't appear again. What do you mean? I helped him pass on. You, what are you saying? I helped you do what you didn't dare to do, Romeo said seriously. No. I don't believe you. You'd never do that. You value Walter even more than I do. It's impossible for you to do that. No. I value Walter more, but I'm also in greater pain than you. I hope that he can have a better destination instead of being tormented by endless pain. Chapter 57 What a Small World. Chapter 57 What a Small World. For the entire day, the atmosphere in the coastal rescue team was very tense. Although people were still doing their work, there was almost no conversation, especially for Romeo and Feilai. Everyone knew what had happened. Of course, nobody knew whether what Romeo had done was right or wrong. Feilai, we should talk. There's nothing to talk, you murderer. Feilai stared at Romeo with great resentment. Feilai, you need to understand that the longer Walter lives for, the more he will suffer. I have already found a way to heal him. If I had just a bit more time, just a bit, I could have healed him. You're a murderer. You killed Walter. Romeo did not know whether to laugh or cry. Feilai, wake up. No. I'm telling the truth. There's someone who can heal Walter. If I find the person, it will definitely work. Fine. Where's the person you're talking about? I don't know. My sister's a doctor. 2 of her patients have late-stage cancer, but now they're all discharged from the hospital. Moreover, one of them has healed completely. I heard that a mysterious person has treated them. 4 and I have been trying to find that person for the whole of yesterday. So did you find him? No. 4 said that she only knows that person is an Asian called Chin. Romeo was momentarily stunned. Are you sure? 4 told me that. Do you remember that the doctor yesterday was also an Asian called Chin? So what? Do you think that cold-blooded guy is the person I'm looking for? Also, even if I find him now, what can I do? Walter's already dead. It's never coming back. Romeo turned around and left in silence. Was Walter cured? Did Chen heal it? Romeo was somewhat suspicious about Feilai's words. What is cancer? Everyone in the world knows that it is an incurable disease. Perhaps he should confirm everything again. Romeo walked to a corner and called Chen Zhao. Chen. Yes? Did you heal Walter of his disease? Romeo, are you ill? That's a weird thing to say. Chen, I heard that you've cured cancer in the past. Nonsense. Who said that? Hearing Chen Zhao's denial, Romeo was even more doubtful of what Feilai had said. Romeo, I'm applying for leave. Feilai walked behind Romeo, shocking him out of his wits. Are you still unable to get over it? No. I've promised 4 that we must find that person. There's about 1 million Asians in Los Angeles. How are you going to find him? One of the patients that the mysterious person has cured is 4's teacher. I think she's called Wright, a college professor. Romeo was puzzled once again. Right. College professor? It can't be that coincidental. Romeo's great-grandmother was also a college professor called Wright. If it was really his great-grandmother, then he had really failed as a great-grandson. He did not know about it at all. Romeo took out his phone. Hey, Wright. Romeo, how long has it been since you last visited me? Both you and your dad don't care about me at all. I'm sorry, Wright. Self-blame could be heard in Romeo's words. Right, I heard that you have cancer? Did Ethan tell you that? How are you now? I'm teaching now. Let's talk later. Wright hung up. Wright was clearly avoiding the topic. She was happy when she first received the call, but she hung up immediately when Robio asked her about her cancer. Could it be that she's really cured? For why are you here? Professor, I want to talk about that again. For you need to understand that if that person doesn't want to admit it, nobody can force him to, including you and me. At least you should give me his contact. I believe that I can convince him. For I can't give you his number without his consent. I can help you to ask him, and I'll respect his decision. This was not the first time Wright had answered For in this way. Clearly, For was unable to accept such an outcome. Professor, you're a doctor too. Do you not want such knowledge to be spread to the entire world? For I understand you, but have you thought about this? What if his technique can't be spread? Do you know how much trouble this will cause him? I only know that if I don't try anything, it'll be really irresponsible. But now you're invading his privacy. I'm doing this for countless patients. That's not a reason. I feel that the countless patients in the world are more important. Then I think you should go and convince those pharmaceutical companies. They have the formulas and have monopolized the entire market. If they can release the formulas, more people will be saved. I still have another lesson. I need to leave now. After speaking, Wright turned around and left. For was somewhat frustrated but also helpless. For how about we let it go? No, I'm not going to give up. Do you want those whom you love die one after another? He's already dead. Oh. I'm sorry, Feilai. It's fine. Perhaps to him, death is fortunate. At least he doesn't have to suffer anymore. Chen Zhao brought his entire family to Ethan's place for free food. Even Blackie was here. Chen, you have already moved out. Why are you still coming here everything for breakfast? Your breakfast is super delicious. Look at how fast Walter's eating. Walter? It's the same name as the legend of the Coastal Rescue Team. Wait, is it the same dog? They couldn't save him, but I did. Now he's mine. Bastard. It's seducing my Sasha. Ethan suddenly roared. Walter, nice. The first time Beelzebub saw Sasha, it also wanted to mount her. The same thing was happening with Walter. Is your entire family made up of this kind of bastard? Woof, woof. Beelzebub was furious. It was obviously Raymond's fault, not his. Out of a sudden, Raymond, who had been coiled up on the chair, attacked Beelzebub without any warning. The snake and the dog started grappling with each other again. Ethan was already long used to it. Chen, can you train Sasha until she's as clever as your pets? No problem. $10,000 and I promise Sasha's even smarter than you. Only a fool will spend $10,000 to make his pet smarter than himself. To Beelzebub, being plotted by Raymond that time was the most humiliating thing in his whole demon life. Ethan still envied Chen Zhao and his pets. That was also why he had adopted Sasha. However, Sasha was not nearly as clever as Beelzebub and the rest. In fact, even the new member Walter was better. To most people, raising a pet involves much emotions. Even if a person's pet is not as good as someone else's, it is still his pet after all. Regardless of what he says, he would still feel that his pet is the best. Suddenly, a spiritless Asian woman walked in and asked in a choppy tone, "May I ask if you still have a room available?" Chapter 58 Countrymate in Despair. Chapter 58 Countrymate in Despair. Of course. Ethan looked at the woman. Do you have an ID card? A driver's license is okay too. I have an ID card. The Asian woman dug around in her pockets. Chen Zhao and Ethan could see that the woman's pockets were filled with scraps of change. After a while, she finally found her ID. Just as she was about to hand it to Ethan, she shrunk back. How much will it cost to stay here for a night? $10, Ethan said. Then I'll stay for 2 nights for now. The woman managed to find enough change to add up to 20 and gave it to Ethan. Qing Li? Li Qing? Chen Zhao looked at the name on the ID. Auntie, are you from China? The woman looked at him. You're Chinese too? Yeah. How long have you been out here? Since she had an ID card, she'd probably been in America for quite some time. 8 years. Oh, young man, what is your name? I'm Chen Zhao. He's my friend Ethan. Hi, Ethan greeted. Hello, hello. It was evident that even though the woman had been here for a while, she still wasn't used to the customs and ways of Americans. She probably didn't interact with people often. Auntie, are you on vacation here in LA? No, I don't have anywhere to stay, so… Did something happen to you? I immigrated with my son and daughter-in-law. Our lives were great, but a while ago, they died in a car accident. Now I'm all alone. The house was foreclosed too. As she spoke, she began to wipe at her eyes. Chen, can you guys speak English? Ethan muttered. Leaving me alone like this is really impolite. Auntie, if your son and daughter-in-law died in an accident, wouldn't the insurance company pay you? The woman shook her head. They didn't buy a lot of insurance. It wasn't even enough to compensate for the damages of the other party. So her son and daughter-in-law had been at fault. Chen Zhao sympathized with the woman. But sympathizing was one thing. He wouldn't give her money for no reason. They weren't familiar with each other, after all. So what do you do now? I don't have anything to do. I'm looking now. Ethan, do you need servers or custodians? Chen Zhao asked. You recommend her? If you think she's suitable, Chen Zhao said. They were countrymates, after all, and this was all Chen Zhao could do. Ethan had a dozen rooms here, but he didn't have any staff or custodians. This was why Chen Zhao thought it was necessary for Ethan to hire one. Of course, whether the woman was willing to do it was another matter. Okay, but I need to observe you. What's your name? Li Qing. Qing meaning clear. Auntie Li, Chen Zhao said. If you need a job, you can stay here for now and do some chores for Ethan. Of course, if you have other plans, then just pretend I didn't say anything. Sure, I'll do it. I just need a place to stay and food to eat. The trial period is 7 days. You won't get paid for those 7 days, but I can give you free board and meals. If I'm satisfied with you after the week, I'll give you $30 per day during the off-season and $50 per day during the busy season. You only have to clean up the rooms for me at noon. After you're done, you can do whatever you want with your time. You can find another part-time too. Okay, I understand. Thank you, and you too, little brother. Chen Zhao roughly calculated the time. Li Qing was working an hourly job. With the occupancy rate of Ethan's motel, she could clean up all the rooms in around 2 hours. $30 for 2 hours was good money. Many temporary jobs wouldn't even have such a high wage. Each state in America has different minimum wages. In LA, it was $10 per hour. Li, go rest today. You'll start working tomorrow. Thank you. After Li Qing left, Ethan said, Chen, I'm helping her because of you, but I need to check her background first. The so-called trial period was just time for Ethan to investigate her. But I'm confused why you would voluntarily help a woman. Chen Zhao looked at Li Qing, who'd walked up the stairs. If I didn't help her, she might die in your motel. When people were in despair, the first thing they would think of was death. Blackie had seen this woman's death. 2 days later, Li Qing would be at the end of her rope and she would choose to die in this motel. Chapter 59 Hooking Up. Chapter 59 Hooking Up. Ethan tidied himself up, covering his unkempt appearance, which was a rare sight. Then, Chen Zhao and Ethan went to a clothing store together. However, when the two entered the store, the clerk still looked at the two with some disgust. Of course, it was mainly targeted at Ethan. Miss, can you help my friend to pick a formal wear? He has a party tonight. Sure. Please come here. Do you need anything? Nope. Chen, do you not need one? Aren't you going too? We're different. How? I'm more handsome than you. Under the guidance of the clerk, Ethan started trying various suits. On the other hand, Chen Zhao was somewhat bored. He sat in the shop and looked around casually. Finally, Qin Zhao's eyes locked onto a young and charming female clerk. She was slim and was wearing a loose casual wear and shorts. Qin Zhao had to admit that ladies working in clothing stores really knew how to match their clothes. "Miss, may I know your name?" The female clerk smiled politely. No. Although America was an open-minded society, not everyone was open-minded. At the very least, this beautiful female clerk did not answer Qin Zhao's question. She was clearly different from the women that Qin Zhao had already known. "Then can you get a coffee with me if I manage to guess your name?" "Try it." The female clerk clearly did not believe that Qin Zhao could guess her name. "Are you Chris Ackerman?" "How do you know?" "It's on the tag on your chest." "Do you often use this method to deceive other girls?" "No. I've just learned it from the internet." "Seems useful." "Not useful at all." "Are you going back on your word?" "You didn't guess it," Chris said, smiling. "Do you know where I'm from?" "Asia." "Where in Asia?" "I don't know." "Japan? China? Or Korea?" "China." "Do you know that Chinese people have a very special ability?" "What?" "Precognition." "I don't believe in prophecy." No. It's precognition, not prophecy." "Is there a difference?" "For example, you can write a word or phrase on your palm. I will know what you've written without looking." "I still don't believe it." "What if I guess it correctly? Will you drink coffee with me?" After thinking, Chris nodded. "All right. Then let's start. Turn around and don't peep." After Qin Zhao turned around, Chris took her pen and started writing. "Done. You can guess it now. I'm Qin Zhao. You can call me Chen," Qin Zhao said with a faint smile on his face. "Didn't I?" Chris was first stunned, and then she looked at the words on her hand. "What's your name?" Qin Zhao actually answered her question directly. She could not understand how he had managed to do it. "How did you know?" "I said that I know precognition." "I don't believe it." "Let's try again." "Okay." Chris wrote something else, after which she said, "Done." "Guess it." "I'm single now." "You. Can you really precognize things?" "Haha. Tell me. Do you really have precognition ability?" "There's a saying in China, it exists if you believe it, and doesn't if you don't. It's just like religion. If you believe in God, then He's really there, but if you don't, then He's not there. I'm not discussing philosophy with you. One of my electives in college included philosophy. I need a precise answer. In the world of magic, you can't tell the secrets of your magic to others. So are you a magician?" "No, I'm a doctor. This is my name card. You can call me when you need something. Most of the time I'll be free." "You haven't answered my question." "Girl, don't be deceived by him. He's a spiritualist. Perhaps there's a soul beside you monitoring you for him." Ethan had already walked out with a suit. Qin Zhao's face darkened. "That's ugly. Even the most expensive clothes cannot cover your dirty temperament, but I think we're done here." After all, that beautiful clerk must be tired of wasting any more time on you. The female clerk who had been with Ethan was indeed starting to feel impatient and awkward. It was really too painful to choose formal wear for Ethan. Even the best jacket looked ordinary on Ethan. "Chen, I feel that you've brought me here to humiliate me." Ethan was enraged. "Actually, it's not that bad either. Don't you think so too, ladies?" Qin Zhao had to comfort Ethan. The female clerk beside Ethan gave an awkward smile. "Yes, it's not bad. See? You do look quite handsome. During the party tonight, the ladies will definitely be charmed by you." "Really?" "Yes, of course." "Fine. I take your word for now. Is it really good to lie to your friend like this?" "I'm giving him confidence. If he doesn't even have confidence in himself, he'll certainly not get anything during the party tonight. But even if he is confident, are you sure that he can successfully hook up any woman?" Chris asked, looking at Qin Zhao. "Perhaps his success rate will increase from 0% to 1%. If you're not the best friends, then you must be the greatest enemies." Chris, look at how in sync we are. Can you give me your number? Maybe we can get a coffee together. Sorry. I already have a boyfriend and we're engaged. My boyfriend doesn't like me going out with other men. Qin Zhao was very disappointed. Indeed, all good women had been deceived by awful men. Qin Zhao could only shrug his shoulders helplessly. Of course, unmarried women were his target. However, it was too immoral to steal another person's girlfriend, not to mention that it would usually fail despite putting in much effort. The clerk beside Ethan walked up and asked, "Handsome, I'm free. Do you want my number?" "Of course. It's my pleasure." Qin Zhao did not reject any offer. After all, this clerk was not too bad either. After leaving the store, Ethan started complaining all the way. Qin Zhao did not spend a single penny and managed to hook up with a beautiful clerk. On the other hand, Ethan spent $200 to rent the suit, and yet the female clerk only looked at him in disgust. "Qin, I want the clerk's number." "If you want her number, ask yourself. Don't ask me." Qin Zhao rejected without mercy. "If you don't even have the courage to open your mouth, even if I give you her number, you wouldn't have the courage to call her. Qin, you have so many pets with you, and also your toolbox. Are you sure you're going for a party? Leave them at home and they'll demolish my newly furnished house. As for the toolbox, it's an occupational habit." Chapter 60 Absurd Party 1. Chapter 60 Absurd Party 1. When Qin Zhao brought Ethan into Rasfa's manor, it was like bringing a country bumpkin into the city. Qin Zhao got second-hand embarrassment, even though he'd had a similar expression the first time he came to. However, he felt like he'd seen the world. How come he was with someone like Ethan now? "Ethan, don't be so embarrassing." "How am I embarrassing? What I'm expressing now is the curiosity that everyone has. If a professor said that, I wouldn't find it weird. But coming from you, it just feels wrong." By now, Daniel had come over. He'd heard earlier that his grandpa was going to hold a party and that Qin Zhao would attend, so he came over early. "Qin, you're here. Daniel, your color looks good. This is my friend Ethan." "Hello?" Daniel also put on an enthusiastic expression. However, being a rich family's son, this kind of smile was just out of politeness. They wouldn't reveal their inner feelings to anyone. There was just some distance in their eyes. However, Daniel didn't show any distance on the surface. "Let's go. We'll have fun on the beach first. It's still early." As he spoke, Daniel patted Ethan's shoulder. "Do you dare go into the sea?" No." He had to admit that what had happened had heavily traumatized him. He knew that there was very little chance of it happening again, but he was just scared. He didn't dare to go into the water. On the beach, there were many young girls playing beach volleyball. Walter was the most excited about coming back to the beach. He ran into the crowd and helped the people fetch the ball. "Chen, you got another pet? What's it called?" "Walter. Sell one to me. I'll give you any price. If you can win over any of them, I'll give it to you for free." "Whatever. I'm not a druid." "Daniel, are there any rules here?" Ethan's eyes were dazed. Seeing all these hot bikini-clad girls on the beach, his heart was burning. Daniel laughed. "As long as it's voluntary, you can do whatever you want." Ethan was overjoyed. "Carrie, come to Uncle." Carrie turned her head arrogantly, making Ethan feel awkward. "Is it looking down on me? It must be." "Carrie, help Ethan. You've eaten his hamburgers before." Smiling, Qin Zhao handed Carrie to Ethan. Ethan happily carried Carrie and ran into the crowd. Carrie was filled with cuteness. She would become the center of women's attention no matter where she went. No one would reject such an adorable little thing, and Ethan actually did look like a successful man right now. As expected, he attracted a crowd of people as soon as he went over. Beautiful young girls gathered around him. "Hi, can I hug the little thing in your arms?" Ethan looked at all the boobs before his eyes and subtly wiped his mouth. "Of course. No problem. Wow, its fur is so soft." What kind of dog is it? No, it's not a dog. It's a rare white fox. Her name is Carrie. She's a girl. Carrie had a bad temper, but she was obedient. She listened to Qin Zhao. What does your friend do? What do you think he does? A loser. Is it obvious? Chen Zhao looked over at Ethan. He can probably fool those little girls if he can make up an alias. Aren't they your friends? No, my grandpa invited them, Daniel said nonchalantly. They're all models from a modeling company or actresses with no good opportunities. They're here for opportunities, not for the party itself. What opportunities? To flirt with young rich guys like you? They're not interested in me. Maybe a few like my money, but they're probably more interested in those producers and directors or investors. Just then, Rasfa and Stephen walked over and sat right down in the sand. Chen, when did you get here? I can't believe you came to look at girls instead of visiting us two in the mansion? You two old guys are nothing compared to girls, Chen said with disgust. Grandpa, Uncle Stephen, Chen, I have some other friends coming. I'll come back later. Daniel clearly didn't want to be with his grandpa and Stephen, so he found an excuse to leave first. Stephen, you look like you're going a bit overboard these days. It's because your treatment is so effective. Stephen had really recovered his energy. The more one missed his past, the wilder one would go. Stephen was like that. Chapter 61 Absurd Party 2. Chapter 61 Absurd Party 2. After sunset, guests arrived one after another. The party also started officially. Nevertheless, even in the party itself, there were many small gangs. Those who knew each other grouped up. Many ladies were also playing near the swimming pool. In the American society, party has always been an essential social occasion. It is just like how Chinese people like to talk about business over a meal. Qin Zhao had no idea where Ethan had gone to. He stared at Zola, who also looked back at him. Today, Zola was dressed up carefully. Her entire body was emitting a noble and elegant temperament. Chun. Zola, I thought that you wouldn't come today. I was busy in the company, so I'm late. How about a drink together? Zola gave Qin Zhao a glass of wine, after which she gently tapped Qin Zhao's glass with her own. Qin Zhao felt that she had been spending the time on makeup instead. It's too noisy here. Let's go somewhere quiet. Warmth after the battle. After a while, Zola sat on the bed and lighted herself a stick of cigarette. Do you want one? Nope. My addiction isn't strong. Qin Zhao also smoked, but only rarely. Chen, you have a girlfriend? No. Do you need me to introduce one to you? Don't worry, it'll be a good girl. Nope. A woman who was having such a relationship with Qin Zhao wanted to introduce a girlfriend to him. Which man in the world would be able to happily accept this? Only fools would accept such a suggestion. At least Qin Zhao was not stupid enough to believe that Zola was really going to introduce a good girlfriend to him. You're too alert. I really don't need one. Perhaps I will in the future, but now I'm not ready for a stable relationship yet. I'm just worried that you've got nowhere to spend your energy. I still have you. Qin Zhao pulled Zola's arm. Do you still want it? I feel that I didn't perform well just now, so I'm going to make up for it. It was another tiring and satisfying round. Only then Zola put her clothes back on. Do you want to meet my friends? Perhaps they will become your clients next time. No. I need some rest. All right. If you need me later, I'll be in the lobby. Soon after Zola had left, Chen Zhao started putting on his clothes, when a lady suddenly rushed into the room in a hurry. Chen Zhao was familiar with the lady, or rather the lady's body. It was Yafen, the small actress. Chin, I didn't expect to see you here. Yafen, are you also here for the party? Yafen was not really bothered by Chen Zhao's nakedness. It was not the first time she saw it anyway. Yafen glanced at the room. Wait. I'll talk with you later. Then, she charged into the restroom. After a minute, Yafen walked out with a relaxed expression. Chen, why did you put your clothes back on? Air. If you need it, I can remove them again. Yafan locked the door from inside. Then lose them. Before Qin Zhao could say anything, Yafan already leapt towards him. Chen, why are you here? Yafan's skin had an abnormal redness. Have you been injecting cholesterol recently? It's bad for you. Too much cholesterol will destroy your bodily functions. I no longer need it. Did you pass the audition? No, I failed. I lost to a bitch. In fact, Yafan was not mad about her competitor sleeping with the director, but the fact that she was slower. Why did you come to this party? To find new opportunities. You know that I'm only a small actress. I need more roles that people can remember. Have you found it? No. I'm not the only woman here. The owner has invited many women. I'm not the prettiest of them, and every valuable target already has many. Yafan lied before Qin Zhao. How about you? Why are you here? The owner is my client. So he's Rasva's personal doctor. Yafan was somewhat disappointed. She had originally thought that Qin Zhao and Rasva had some secret relationships. In that case, she would be happy to donate her body. Unfortunately, a mere personal doctor was clearly not useful to her. Yafan had no intention to stay for any longer. After finishing with Qin Zhao, she left the room in a hurry. To be honest, she was just like a high-class social butterfly. Chen, Stephen, come on! A few girls were already approaching them to take off their clothes. This was too lowly. Too lowly, but Qin Zhao couldn't ignore the temptation. He looked at the two old guys and then at himself. Yes, he definitely had more baggage. The secret room was fully equipped. There was a 3x3 swimming pool filled with red wine. Che Zhao leaned against the side of the pool and girls served him voluntarily. I really don't know what you're saying. I am sure that I only gave Wright a cup of water and nothing else. I was an accident, doctor. It's probably because I'm not professional enough. Right, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have given you water while you were unconscious. Sir, don't you know that your medicine can save millions upon millions of lives? Please use your pretty head and think a bit. If I really have some special medicine that can cure cancer, would I be kicked out of a motel because I can't pay the rent? Ethan, is that true? Wright glared at Ethan. Bastard. Chen, stop the bullshit. You moved away yourself. I didn't kick you out. I even helped you move. Ethan, don't cause a scene here. Right, please rest up. We'll go now. Go. Professor. No need. He doesn't want to talk. Chen, you clearly gave her some black drug. Chen, did you really save my granny? No, you remembered incorrectly. Qin Zhao insisted. He was basically speaking nonsense. Chen, I know you must have used some witchcraft, but the result is good, so I don't care no matter what trick you used. Thank you for saving my granny. Don't think crazily like that. I didn't do anything. Okay, I'm tired. Jerlin, can you drive me home? Jerlin had been a bit angry, but she still gave in. She could feel that there was a reason why Qin Zhao couldn't reveal the truth. However, she was sure that Qin Zhao had cured Wright. He didn't admit it, and the whole thing sounded crazy, but it was the truth. After all, she'd seen it with her own eyes. Chapter 63 Remember your protection when you play outside. Chapter 63 Remember your protection when you play outside. The next day, Qin Zhao was awakened by Ethan. Qin Zhao did not drink too much, but he had played late into the night. Thus, he slept all the way until noon. Shen, if there's such a party next time, remember to bring me again. Ethan's face was still somewhat red, perhaps due to a hangover. Ethan had also gone to many parties, but not one organized by people who were that rich. Their playstyle had overturned his imagination. Ethan did not even know himself how many women he had played with. Ethan, you wore condoms yesterday, right? They don't look like they have any diseases. Do I need to? Qin Zhao rolled his eyes. You can't tell if they have a disease by looking. Even I have to wear condoms, not to mention you. Remember, apart from your wife, you must wear one when you have sex with a woman. All right. I will remember it. Ethan did not look like he took Qin Zhao's advice seriously. Just then, Li Qing walked in with some food. Mr. Ethan, Mr. Chun. Put it on the table. 1 hour later, clean this room up. Yes, Mr. Ethan. I should go back now. Don't contact me even if there's a client. I need to rest for today. I don't understand why you moved away. Isn't it good here? You wouldn't have to keep traveling here and there. Because I need to pay you if I stay here. But you need to pay rent there as well, and it's even more expensive. You also had to furnish your new house. At least the furniture belongs to me. Fine. Whatever floats your boat. How's that woman? Who? You mean Li? She's very diligent. I would have married her if I haven't married already in the past. Do you have a wife now? I don't want to marry again precisely because I had before. Just then, Qin Zhao's phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Hello? You're? Qin, it's me, Yafan. I'm not feeling well. Are you free? Of course. Are you home? I'll go there now. Okay. See you in 30 minutes. Didn't you just say that you're not seeing any clients today? It's a female client, indeed a beautiful actress. Damn. You're so lucky. Ethan cursed. Has Paul sent your car back? Drive me there. Bastard! I'm not your personal driver. In the end, Ethan still drove Qin Zhao to Beverly Hills. Qin Zhao walked into Yafan's house. She was still beside the swimming pool. Yafan was half naked and had a pair of sunglasses on. At the moment, she was lying on a lounger. Yafan, how can I help you? Yafan removed her sunglasses. Licking her lips, she stared at Qin Zhao. I'm yours today, Chen. Come. Yafan was repaying Qin Zhao. She had just gone for audition that morning and successfully obtained the role. Although it was only a supporting role, the movie was a blockbuster after all. Only a few such movies would be released every year. Among actresses similar to Yafan, there was intense competition even for roles with simple dialogues. This was the best role that Yafan had obtained so far. After one round, the two rested in the pool. Chen, are you very close to Mr. Steven? Just average. He's also my client. Actually, I didn't help you too much. It means a lot to me. Qin Zhao grabbed Yafan's slim waist. Her boldness and enthusiasm made him totally addicted. Let's go into the room. The two switched their battleground and started another round of combat. In her moaning, Yafan muttered, Chen, you're so great. What can a woman say to a man to best flatter his vanity? This is it. However, it is a common saying that there are only bulls which are overexerted and no fields which are overplowed. Qin Zhao was precisely in such a state. After a few rounds, in addition to the fun time the previous day which he had yet to recover from, Qin Zhao could hardly straighten his back. Looks like you were almost dried out by that woman. Ignoring Vincent's tease, Qin Zhao leaned quietly on the rear seat. His demons were still in the motel, so he had to go there first to pick them up. In an ordinary apartment, Chris just returned from work when she saw her boyfriend walking out from their house. Nance, are you going out? Yes. Nance nodded. Nance, you're already tired from work. Why don't you rest at home? Noticing the obvious dark circles under her boyfriend's eyes, Chris was somewhat worried. I have something going on. Nance's reply was rather cold. Okay. Do you need me to accompany you? Nope. Without even turning his head, Nance got into his car directly. Staring at the leaving car, Chris frowned deeply. For some reason, she felt that Nance had changed. Since they were engaged, or rather since they moved there, Nance's actions had become strange. In the past, Nance had been a very sunny person. Chris had decided to entrust her entire life to Nance precisely because of his optimism and cheerfulness. However, since they moved here, Nance became somewhat gloomy. Moreover, she had received calls from Nance's colleague who asked her if something had happened to Nance at home. For a few times already, Nance had become furious for no reason and even fought with others. More creepily, Chris noticed that Nance's behavior recently was becoming weirder. Sometimes, she would mysteriously wake up at night and see Nance sitting alone near the window and holding a mirror, as if he was talking to someone. Nance was also becoming increasingly dull, as if he had become a totally different person. He would get angry for no reason and was very cold towards her. Chris felt extremely uneasy. She had thought about finding a psychologist for Nance, but he did not accept it. Instead, he said that Chris was behaving ridiculously. Chris suddenly felt that she had to understand what was happening to Nance. She also turned around and got in her own car to tail Nance. Chris had thought of many possibilities. She suspected that Nance might have another girlfriend outside, or have been addicted to something bad, or perhaps have gotten himself into trouble. However, whatever the reason might be, she had to figure it out. Chapter 64 Paranormal Activity. Chapter 64 Paranormal Activity. Chris drove behind Nance, staying about 60 to 70 feet away. There weren't many cars on the road, but Nance didn't notice her following him. Looking at Nance through the window, it could be seen that he was talking to someone while driving. He kept moving toward the shotgun seat and his mouth seemed to be moving. Was there someone there? There shouldn't be one. At least, she couldn't see anyone from the back. It wasn't possible unless the person wasn't as tall as the seat or was a kid. This was impossible, though. She'd been following Nance the entire time, but Nance never stopped. No one came on midway either. Nance's behavior was just very strange. Suddenly, a car from the other direction drove past with far headlights. When the lights shone over, Chris felt her vision blurring. The next moment, she saw a woman's figure sitting beside Nance. The woman turned and looked at Chris. "How is there a woman in Nance's car?" Chris looked again, but she was gone. Did she see it wrong? Or was she blocked by the seat again? Chris felt unsettled. A bad feeling shrouded her heart. "Where's the car? Where did it go?" Whoosh! Suddenly, Chris heard breathing behind her. Light flashed in her rearview mirror, and there seemed to be a woman sitting in the back seat. Ah! Chris twisted the steering wheel in fear. Thud! The car crashed and Chris' forehead started bleeding. Thankfully, she hadn't been driving fast and it didn't cause a car accident. However, she'd run into the taxi in the other lane. "Damn it! Get out of the car, asshole! You know how to drive?" Hearing the angry roars, Chris could only unbuckle her seatbelt. When she saw the taxi driver, she said, "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. It's my fault. How much is it? I'll pay you. I knew it's a woman driver," Vincent yelled, gesticulating madly. "You dented my car door. $300. Chris was pissed. If you want $300 just for that scratch, why don't you go rob a bank instead? She thought. No. No way am I giving you $300. I'll give you $100 at most. You know that it'll cost $100 just to go into the repair shop? Don't drive on the road if you can't pay. You scratched my car last time. You might run someone over next time, you know? Vincent's words were too infuriating. Anger burned inside Chris. She'd already been close to losing control of her emotions and broke down after getting yelled at. Thud. Motherfucker, say that again. I'm gonna rip your mouth off. Bitch, you think I'm scared? I don't care if you're a girl. I'll hit you until not even your mother can recognize you. Alright, Vincent. Chen Zhao finally came out of the car. Hello, Chris. We meet again. You're that guy from yesterday. Chris didn't have a deep impression of Chen Zhao. After all, Chen Zhao was only one of the countless people who asked for her number. She remembered that Chen Zhao had given her a business card with only his number, but she'd already tossed that out. Vincent, it's just a small scratch and you asked for $300? I think it'll be better if you go rob a bank. Seeing Chen Zhao's eyes, Vincent immediately looked away. Fine, because of you, I'll just take $200. Nothing less. Hand it over. Chris glanced at the scratch. She was thinking this number too, but the problem was that she didn't bring money. I didn't bring that much money. Can I give it to you some other time? Americans were used to using credit cards. Most people wouldn't have more than $100 in cash with them. I don't know you. How do I know if you're lying? Give me the money now. Vincent, I'll give you the money. How can I let you do that? Chris grew troubled. It's no big deal. You can pay me back. Sure. Chris didn't like owing people, but she really couldn't find $200 right now. She didn't even have that in her bank. I'll pay you back when I have money. You can pay me whenever you wish. But can I have your number? Oh, right. Chris took out her phone and they exchanged numbers. Then, goodbye. Goodbye. Oh, right. Your back seat. Whoosh. Vincent had already started the engine, and Qin Zhao lost his temper. Vincent, can't you see that I'm trying to flirt? Qin, you already know enough pretty girls. You should control yourself. Chapter 65 Should I Steal Her Away? Chapter 65 Should I Steal Her Away? Qin Zhao asked Vincent to turn around and drive back. At the moment, Chris was still standing alone in the night wind, trembling anxiously. Chris, are you okay? Chun. Chris leaped into Qin Zhao's arms. What a beast! Vincent roared softly, gritting his teeth. I'm scared. Chris really was frightened. Calm down. I'm here. Qin Zhao was openly feeling Chris up as he gently tapped her shoulders. That thing. Is that thing still there? Qin Zhao glanced at the car. No. It was indeed not there. It seemed like Chris had correctly guessed that the woman Qin Zhao had seen was not a human. Is it a demon? Qin Zhao did not think that it was a demon either. At least he had never seen a demon which could appear in human form. Moreover, both Beelzebub and Raymond had told him that the human world had not seen any demons for over 1,000 years already until they appeared. So she should be some kind of ghost, I suppose? Qin Zhao had no clue what kind of being that ghost belonged to. Oh, right. Your friend said that you're a spiritualist. Can you help me to get rid of that evil spirit? I'm only a doctor, not a spiritualist. Qin Zhao gave a bitter smile. Qin Zhao thought that it might just be the soul of someone who had just died. In that case, it would vanish after a while anyway. Qin Zhao did not believe that Chris needed him to destroy the spirit. It was also not within his job's scope. But what should I do? Right. Nance. My boyfriend. He's probably affected by an evil spirit as well. Help me. Help me. Chris, I really can help you. I don't know how to make spirits disappear. All the knowledge Qin Zhao had on evil spirits was from Blackie. According to Blackie, evil spirits did not have the ability to follow someone. They could only appear in a specific place usually. For example, Qin Zhao's house was originally haunted. Of course, now it was still haunted, except that there was an even more cursed being. Therefore, Qin Zhao felt that Chris was only unlucky. A soul that was recently killed boarded her car by chance. More unfortunately, Chris saw it. But you also saw that evil spirit, right? How can you see it if you can't dispel it? Chen, I suggest you call the mental hospital. She's clearly crazy. Shut up. Qin Zhao widened his eyes at Vincent, who was in the car. Qin Zhao held Chris's shoulders. Chris, believe me. It'll be fine. Perhaps it was only an accident. But I don't dare to drive now. Can you drive me back? I don't have a license. In fact, Qin Zhao did not even know how to drive. He had only touched the steering wheel for a few times in his life. On the other hand, in America, getting a driving license is normally the first thing a person does on reaching adulthood. Then I'll take this car. Then how about your car? I will call the towing service. All right. Chris boarded Vincent's car. Vincent muttered something inaudible. Clearly, he was extremely unhappy about Chris. Chris was obviously in shock. Chen Zhao continued to hold Chris's trembling shoulders. Chris's place was not far away at all. In less than 10 minutes, Vincent's car stopped before Chris's house. However, looking at the dark house, Chris was unwilling to leave the car. Chen, I don't want to go back. We're already at your place. Where else can you go? Can you send me to a hotel? I'll stay there for one night. Sure. Vincent, find a hotel nearby. Chen, can you lend me some money? I didn't bring my card. Can't you go in and take your card if you didn't bring it? Forget it. You wouldn't dare to. Let's go to Ethan's motel. Ethan's the fat guy yesterday. You still remember him, right? Chris remained silent. Chen Zhao took that as a yes. Don't you need to call your boyfriend? I'm not sure if he's still my boyfriend. Chen, I'm scared. Some time ago I realized that Nance has become very strange. He always talks to the mirror at night, and has become somewhat insane. It's almost as if he's a different person altogether. He's gloomy and easily triggered now. Please, I'm driving. Can you stop telling me horror stories? I have goosebumps. Chris kept quiet. Clearly, she did not want to irritate Vincent again and be forced to leave the car. Chen Zhao thought about her words for a while and also did not speak. He planned to ask Blackie about it after getting back. If Chris or her boyfriend was really in trouble, and if Chen Zhao could help them, then he would. Chen Zhao was also unsure about it. It really depended on whether Blackie could solve their problem. If Blackie could help, everything would be fine. On the other hand, if Blackie could not solve it, then there would be nothing Chen Zhao could do either. The car arrived at Ethan's motel. Chen Zhao held Chris and they alighted from the car together. Chen, huh? Isn't that the beauty from the store yesterday? Hi. Chen, you went out and actually brought another woman back? Ethan's words were filled with envy. He was really jealous of Chen Zhao's luck with women. Chris is going to stay here tonight. Get her a room. Room 301. There's a large bed and the environment is good. It's enough for you to play however you want. Both Chen Zhao and Chris ignored Ethan's joke. They were adults, not inexperienced juveniles. Chen Zhao took the keys at once. Let me follow you upstairs. Aren't you coming in? Are you okay with that? Chris looked at the dark room. She really did not have the courage to stay alone. Even though 1 hour had already passed after the incident, she was still in a frightened state. I'm scared. All right. Chen Zhao did not know how to reject a person. Sit here for a while. I'll go and take a shower first. After showering, Chris looked particularly charming and sexy. Her slender legs were fully displayed while her upper body was wrapped in a towel. Her hair was still wet with some water droplets that only made her more attractive. Chen Zhao swallowed his saliva. Chris's cheeks were somewhat rosy. What are you waiting for? Wait. Yesterday I really thought that you're a chaste girl. Forget it. Rest early. Chen Zhao suddenly calmed down. He still could not do it. He felt too guilty to sleep with a woman who already had a boyfriend. Chen Zhao stood up and left the room. Chen Zhao never felt that he was a gentleman. Since he had been here, he never thought he was a good guy. Furthermore, he did not mind any type of woman. However, Chris had a fiancée after all. Chen Zhao really could not destroy a person's family. Therefore, after a brief consideration, he decided to resist the temptation. Chapter 66 Freeloading. Chapter 66 Freeloading. The next day. Chin, I think I should go open a restaurant. Why? Isn't the motel good? At least the income is steady and there aren't many risks. I must make nice food if there's a Chinese freeloader here every day. Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. That's your illusion. I come get free food from you because it's free. You should at least give some money. I think paying is an insult to our friendship, so I refuse. I don't mind you insulting me. But I mind. I get this free food with my skills. Why should I pay? You know you're making Chinese people lose face? You know how much Chinese people spent in America last year? More than $3 billion. But you're not even willing to pay $1. I think that our relationship shouldn't have conflicts because of $1. With our relationship, you shouldn't be so petty about $1. Okay, let's not talk about $1. Are you going to pay for that woman's room last night? I'm not even willing to pay $1 and you think I'll pay 10? Fine. You didn't have sex with her last night, right? No. She's not single right now. Smart. Vincent was satisfied with Chen Zhao's reply. At that time, Chris came down. She looked very down-spirited. It seemed that she didn't have a good night's sleep. Good morning, Chris. Come eat breakfast. My treat. Ethan was speechless. Thanks. Chris sat beside Chen Zhao as if nothing had happened last night. That was the truth. Nothing had happened. The two made distracted small talk. After breakfast, Chris stood up. Chen, I should go now. I'll drive you. No need. I just need to change and then go to work. Okay then. Be careful on the road. Studying Chris back, Ethan said. That woman is top quality. If I can have sex with her, I'll probably squeeze everything out of her. Get rid of your dirty thoughts. So you're not thinking anything? I'm leaving. To where? Home. After getting home, Chen Zhao started lazing on the sofa again. He played around for 2 whole days. It was actually more tiring than work. In China, Chen Zhao had never had such a messy private life. Blackie, you here? Blackie's head emerged from the wall. He would occasionally follow Chen Zhao, but if he sensed anything, he would leave and go. Hunt. Blackie, I have a question. Are there evil spirits in the world? Yes. There were many in this house before. Are there any that affect a person's mind? Yes. An evil spirit is produced by negative emotions after a person dies and the soul disperses. Most evil spirits can affect human emotions. I have a friend. You saw her 2 days ago. It's Chris from the dress shop. She seems to have run into trouble. Chen Zhao recounted Chris' situation and Blackie thought for a while. It seems to be a reflection demon, not a dead spirit. Reflection demon? Beelzebub, didn't you that there are no demons in this world other than you? Beelzebub was eating dog food. Yes, a demon was eating dog food. I'm not wrong. There aren't any demons in this world other than us. That reflection demon hasn't actually appeared on this world. He used a mirror to reflect his image here. He didn't come. So that means that Chris and I only saw the reflection? No, what you two saw weren't the same thing at all. You saw the reflection demon's true form, while that female human is the one that saw the reflection. What's the difference? Humans aren't able to see reflection demons directly. They have to look through a mirror. You're clearly not a normal human though, so what you saw was most likely the true form. Do you have any solutions? Find the reflection demon's medium and destroy it. Then it won't be able to affect regular people anymore. After a pause, Beelzebub added, But I'm warning you. It's already crowded here. I don't want another demon. Beelzebub was obviously unwilling to have another demon to compete with for demonic crystals. He had a sense of crisis, because he realized that his ability wasn't very useful to Chen Zhao. Even Raymond was more useful. As Chen Zhao's first demon subordinate, he didn't want to be pushed to the side. Chen Zhao thought for a moment. Chris had said that her boyfriend Nance often talks to a mirror. That mirror was probably the medium, right? Thinking of this, Chen Zhao picked up his phone to call Chris. Hey Chris. Chen, is something wrong? Chris' spirits were low. I talked to my friend about you. I want to ask you when your boyfriend started acting weirdly. Chen, I've thought about it. I was probably overthinking before, but I've broken up with him now. We won't have anything to do with each other in the future. I don't want to talk about him either. Okay. It seemed that Chen Zhao was being a busybody. He felt wronged. Are you okay? I'm fine. I'm great. Okay, that's good. Come get coffee when you're free. Okay. I'm busy. Goodbye. Bye. Since Chris said she didn't need help, Chen Zhao didn't intend to force himself into her business either. He brought all his demons into Blackie's space crevice. When the three hellhounds saw Chen Zhao and his friends, they were all ecstatic. As always, Chen Zhao went to the research lab, studying the notes and demonic medicine that the last Grim Reaper had left behind. Whether it was Chinese, Western, or demonic medicine, they all had similarities between each other. Demonic medicine was mostly about treating demons. Demons could get sick and hurt too. It was obviously difficult to treat them with human medicine. However, the research about demonic illnesses wasn't very complete either. Chen Zhao had another idea. If he combined Chinese and Western medicine with demonic medicine, would it be more effective? This was only an idea now. He still had to experiment. He obviously couldn't do it in the human world, unless he dissected Beelzebub and the others. This made Chen Zhao want to visit hell again. He walked out of the lab and looked at the Eps who were playing with the three hellhounds. Beelzebub, come here. Chapter 67 Going to Hell is in Tourism. Chapter 67 Going to Hell is in Tourism. Beelzebub, I need to go to hell. Summon me with your true form. Human, do you know how much I have to pay for summoning you? 100 souls. Chen Zhao took out a small bag of perfect crystal powder. Is this enough to compensate for your loss? Of course. It's my pleasure. Beelzebub accepted the trade without hesitation. Human, I can summon you too. Raymond suddenly interrupted. He would snatch whatever Beelzebub had. Master, did you forget about me? Carrie was similarly unwilling to be left out. I also want to invite you to my house. I'll go next time when I have the chance. Are you two not ashamed for inviting a living to your rural places? My house is only 3 days away from Fallen City. Beelzebub looked as if he was from a more developed place. Do you believe that I can bite you to death? Raymond opened his mouth, as though he was going to devour Beelzebub alive. My house is close to Endless Abyss. Human, if you follow me, I can bring you to visit the edge of Endless Abyss. That's a must-see attraction of hell. How dare you say that you've been to hell without going to Endless Abyss? What's special about Endless Abyss? It's just a big pit. The holes in your heads are big enough already. Master, my hometown is the famous Frozen Kingdom. You will see the most exquisite icy scenery, where millions of souls have been turned into ice statues. It will certainly be a feast to your eyes. I'm not going there as a tourist. Chen Zhao was speechless. His demons were like illegal tour guides trying to persuade their client. However, Chen Zhao still decided to go to Beelzebub's territory. After all, he had been there once already and was more familiar with the place. As for Endless Abyss and Frozen Kingdom, Chen Zhao was somewhat creeped out by their names alone. Last time, Beelzebub had summoned Chen Zhao when he was asleep. This time, however, Beelzebub summoned Chen Zhao when he was awake. Chen Zhao appeared in a different location from last time. However, it was not far away from Black Mountain Village. Soon, Beelzebub's true form found Chen Zhao. Human, come up to my hand. After the experience last time, Chen Zhao was already used to everything. Human, where do you plan to go this time? To the Black Mountain Village. Beelzebub, will you demons also fall ill? Yes. Oh, you're a doctor. Do you want to treat demons? No way. Human medicine is definitely useless for demons. I recently learned some demon's art of healing from Blackie's castle. Its original owner developed it, so I want to try it on a few ill demons. Demon's art of healing? We never had the idea of treatment in hell. So what if a demon is sick or injured? Either its body is strong enough to recover or it dies. Simple as that. Simple? That sounds like it's just waiting to die. Only you weak humans need medicine. Next time if you're ill, don't ask me for help. Of course I wouldn't ask you. You said it yourself? As the two bickered with each other, Beelzebub had already brought Chen Zhao into Black Mountain Village. Chen Zhao's second arrival also attracted the attention of many demons, but the stir was not as strong as the first time. "The Great Living, why didn't you summon me? I heard that you've summoned Bloody Hunter. I'm an even more outstanding demon warrior. I hope that I'll have the chance to serve you. I heard that Raz has been summoned twice, while I've been waiting for your summoning all the time. I'll become your most loyal fighter. I also wish that I can go to the human world. The respected living, I cost less than Bloody Hunter. I'm even willing to serve you for free." Demons started to surround Chen Zhao. They had learned from Bloody Hunter long ago that the human before them was very generous. Bloody Hunter had received a piece of demonic crystal after just doing him a small favor. It was almost impossible for inferior demons like them to obtain demonic crystals. However, they would have the chance to if they could receive Chen Zhao's recognition. Therefore, all the demons seemed to be more fervent than last time. "Mr. Living." Bloody Hunter walked out from the group of demons and saluted at Chen Zhao. "I'm honored by your arrival. How may I help you?" "Damn you abject hybrids! Did you forget that your lord is right here?" Chen Zhao rolled his eyes at Beelzebub. "Ignore him. I'm so mad. I'm leaving." Beelzebub pretentiously opened his wings and flew into the sky. "Right. Is anyone in your village ill? I know that the mudman living in the ruined cave on the edge of the mountain is ill." "Mr. Living, I'll bring him here now," Bloody Hunter answered readily. The demons around Chen Zhao also looked like they were willing to help. Before Chen Zhao could stop them, the group of demons charged towards the ruined cave in a formidable array. Soon, the extremely ugly mudman was dragged out by the group of demons. Rules were set by the powerful, while laws were present to protect the weak. There were rules in hell, but not laws. Therefore, the greatest original sin in hell was being weak. The mudman was both depressed and confused. Usually, he lived alone in the ruined cave. He had neither offended anyone nor had treasures of any value to other demons. A few dozen demons had just charged out from the village for no reason and dragged him out from his home by force. "Mr. Living, we've already brought the dirty mudman here." The mudman's face was filled with panic. He had also heard that their village had welcomed a living human, but he had never seen the human before. At the moment, the human was in the village again. Why did he want to see me? Did I offend him without even knowing it? "The honored living, may the humble I ask if I have accidentally offended you?" The mudman stared at Chen Zhao in horror. "Oh right. I caught 2 human souls in the river of death yesterday. Are they your friends or relatives? I will return them to you." "No. I heard that you're ill. Is that right?" Chen Zhao asked. "Yes. I have been infested by hell bugs. They keep eating my flesh and blood away. It's really irritating. The rest of you can leave now. I'll call you if I need help." Realizing that Chen Zhao was not planning to harm Mudman, the group of demons left. Only Bloody Hunter stayed behind, claiming that he was going to serve Chen Zhao. "I'm a doctor in the human world, that is, I treat those who are ill. Recently, I've come across some special art of healing which can be used to treat demons, so I want to try it on you. What do you think? Mr. Living, I heard that in the human world, patients have to pay the doctor for treatment. I have nothing, so I can't afford the fees." "No need. You're my first demon patient, so I wouldn't charge you." "Really?" Slap. Bloody Hunter struck the mudman's mud-like face with his claws, mutilating his face. Of course, the mudman already looked like that in the first place. Don't question the words of Mr. Living. Bloody Hunter was definitely an excellent cat's paw. He already started to help Chen Zhao establish his reputation without Chen Zhao asking. Chapter 68 Medical Techniques to Treat Demons. Chapter 68 Medical Techniques to Treat Demons. The mudman led Chen Zhao to his cave of ruins. He lived there alone. The cave of ruins was in the middle of a swamp. Some lower-level demons and creatures lived here. Chen Zhao had seen records of hell bugs in the demonic medical book. They were basically a type of parasite. The previous Grim Reaper had experimented on humans and demons. hell bugs could live on them. Hell bugs weren't fatal to demons, but they definitely were to humans. Thankfully, there were no hell bugs in the human world. The human world wasn't suitable for them either. Unless a hell bug could find a host in the human world extremely quickly, they wouldn't be able to survive. Because of the environment, even if 1 or 2 hell bugs appeared in the human world, only 1 or 2 people would die. It wouldn't become a widespread disaster. In hell, having hell bugs was a common illness, just like roundworms in humans back then. Some lower or smaller demons suffered greatly though. Hell bugs couldn't kill them, but they were still painful. The previous Grim Reaper mentioned 2 treatments in his notes. The first was a biological extraction, or surgery. The second was driving them out with medicine, similar to how humans drove out roundworms. The previous Grim Reaper also discovered poison ivy, a type of plant in hell. Poison ivy was a common toxic plant in hell. It contained poison that was fatal to both demons and humans, so you couldn't use it directly. It had to be refined first. After extracting the poison, the ivy could be made into an antidote that would quickly drive the hell bug out of the host. Bloody Hunter, go find some poison ivy. Yes, living lord. A while later, the Bloody Hunter found a clump of poison ivy. Qin Zhao began extracting the medical elements of the poison ivy. He put it inside a cup filled with demon's blood. The blood would absorb the poison of the ivy. When he took out the ivy later, the poison was mostly gone. After that, Qin Zhao had the Mudman eat the refined medicine. The Mudman was clearly unwilling. After all, in his eyes, poison ivy was a huge toxin and he would die. However, the Bloody Hunter was obviously fatal too, so he grudgingly ingested the poison ivy. A while later, he threw up and there was a hell bug in the vomit. The dark red creature was as thick as 3 fingers together, and around 3 feet long. There were suction cups on each end. It was still very lively and tried getting close to Qin Zhao. He took 2 steps back and the Bloody Hunter squashed the hell bug. After expelling the hell bug, the Mudman became much more spirited. This was Qin Zhao's first demon patient. However, the hell bug wasn't that troublesome of a condition. The treatment process and theory was clear too. It wasn't difficult at all. Most respected living being, these are souls I fished out of the river of death yesterday. Please accept it. The Mudman held up 2 souls locked inside a fist-sized crystal ball. They'd shrunk a lot, but Qin Zhao still saw the terror on their faces. I said I don't need to get paid. No, this isn't payment. This is my respect for you. I really don't need it. I have no use for it. Qin Zhao truly didn't need it. What would he use it for? It wasn't like he ate souls. These 2 souls look very complete. You're so lucky. Where did you find them? The Bloody Hunter looked at the 2 souls in the crystal ball. Most souls floated down the river of death after falling into hell. The demons would capture these fallen souls like fishermen. Some souls were more complete and remembered most of their lives. They were more valuable. They could be divided into dozens of soul fragments. Others were more broken. Their memories were already shattered, so they were naturally less valuable. It was a feat if a demon could get 1 or 2 soul fragments. As a resident of a territory, the demons had to pay tax to their lords, which was in the form of soul fragments. For example, a small lord like Beelzebub could get more than 1,000 soul fragments per year. He wasn't very strong, but his territory was in a good place. The river of death would flow through it, so he was pretty well off. The Bloody Hunter found a few more sick demons for Qin Zhao. These all had common diseases. It was easy for Qin Zhao to treat them too. After these cases, Qin Zhao became much more familiar with demonic medical knowledge. Studying for 10 years couldn't be compared to actually doing it once. After half a day, Qin Zhao returned to the human world. Knock, knock. As soon as he exited the basement, he heard the knocking outside. Opening the door, he saw an overweight 50-year-old woman holding a piece of pizza. Hi, I'm your neighbor. I live across the street in the 3rd house to the left. I heard that there's a new neighbor, so I came over to say hi. This is freshly made. Thanks. I'm Qin Zhao, But you can call me Chin. Chen Zhao didn't reject her. After all, this was his first interaction with neighbors. The pizza wasn't the main point. It was the thought that counted. If Chen Zhao wanted to keep living here, he had to have good relationships with his neighbors. He didn't plan on acting like a cold city guy or an unfriendly stranger. I'm Mary. My husband is Bant. I think you two will become friends. I won't disturb you anymore. Goodbye. Goodbye. Qin Zhao and the demons crowded around to eat the pizza when someone knocked on the door again. It was a man around 50 years old. He seemed to be close to Ethan's age, but he was completely different from Ethan. While Ethan was the decadent middle-aged type, this man was tall and burly like a bear. He had a strong presence. Hello, I'm Mary's husband. She just said that there's a cute boy here. I don't think I count as a cute boy. Qin Zhao wondered how Mary described him at home. He was nowhere close to cute. Okay, whatever. Mary said that you don't look back, so you want to come to our town's bonfire party tonight? Sure. Thanks for your invitation. Oh, can I bring my kids? Of course. You're married? Qin Zhao moved to the side. There were some small furry heads eavesdropping in the corner. These are my kids. Of course. I'll come pick you up tonight. Chapter 69 Heroes of the Fireground. Chapter 69 Heroes of the Fireground. In the evening, Bant came to fetch Qin Zhao. Bant was driving an outmoded truck, but Qin Zhao did not really care. Chen, are you from China? How did you know? We had an immigrant here in the past. His name was also Chen. Oh, is he still here? No, he moved away, but he would occasionally come back to meet his friends. Although they had had little contact, Qin Zhao could tell that Bant was a straightforward person. He was able to get along with most people and did not have any taboos. Chen, what's your job? Doctor. Doctor. A good profession. Most Americans feel that doctors, lawyers, and college professors are the best jobs available. These people have high income and are respected. Indeed, Americans and Chinese have more or less the same opinions regarding this. Huh! Is that a factory? Qin Zhao pointed at the distance where thick smoke could be seen. That's... shit! That's a winery! It's on fire! My son works there! Bant turned the steering wheel and the truck raced towards the burning winery. At the moment, the area outside the winery was already a mess. The first 4 floors of the 6-story building were ablaze and the people outside had no way of going in. On the 5th and 6th floors, there were people calling for help. Because it was too high, nobody dared to jump down. They could only wait for the firefighters to arrive. Suddenly, however, Walter, who was in the trunk of the vehicle, jumped down and charged into the fireground directly. Shit! Your dog just ran in. Qin Zhao was also dumbfounded. He knew that Walter used to save people in water, but it was a fireground this time. Qin Zhao glanced at Carrie. She was an ice demon, and her icy power could greatly weaken the fire. However, she must not use it publicly. Qin Zhao signaled Carrie with his eyes while he also charged into the fireground. Carrie followed Qin Zhao closely into the building, leaving Bant astonished. How did they dare to charge into such a huge fire? All the first 4 floors were afire. Even the vents were spouting flames. However, Qin Zhao and his pets actually dashed into the fireground one after another. Just then, Walter dragged a person out from the building with his mouth. Realizing this, Bant and the other few people outside ran up immediately and poured water onto the wounded victim. Bant and the rest all looked at Walter respectfully. Walter was in a bad shape. His originally bright hair was partially charred. However, after saving a person, Walter actually went back into the fireground again. Chen Zhao was actually not in any danger. Carrie was right beside him and the fire could not even go near them. In the fire, Chen Zhao saw a person trembling at a corner of a room. Chen Zhao immediately went up. The person was alive and not really injured, but he was half unconscious. Carrie, use your power on him. Carrie cast her icy power on the victim at once. In such a situation, her power would only protect him instead of harm him. Walter had already returned to Qinzhao, who carried the victim on his back. Walter, Carrie, continue searching for people who are alive. I'll carry him out. Carrie, cast your icy power on me as well. Very soon, Qinzhao shivered and his body was covered in a thin layer of ice. This would protect him from the high temperature outside. Qinzhao quickly charged out from the passage. The condition of the air around him was really too bad. Once Qinzhao was out of the Fireground, Bant and the rest walked up. Chen, it's too risky. He's still alive. Give me a bucket of water. I'm going in again. Chen, I know that you want to save them, but... Quick! My kids are still inside. Qinzhao thought that since he was already involved, he might as well continue helping the people inside. Moreover, he would surely gain a significant amount of demonic crystals by saving these people. Even if Qinzhao was not really a hero, Walter was definitely one. Unable to convince Qinzhao, Bant grabbed a bucket of water and poured onto himself first. I'm going in with you. My son is also inside. No, I'm going alone. I can't take care of two people at the same time. Qinzhao did not want Carrie's ability to be seen by others. Wait for me outside. Tell me your son's features. I'll bring him out. Around the same age as you. Short hair. Tattoo on his neck. All right. Qinzhao poured a bucket of water onto himself and charged into the Fireground again. Soon, Walter dragged another person out. Just then, the firemen finally arrived. Great, we're finally here. Who can tell me what's the situation now? The captain of the firefighters instructed his team to ready the water gun as he asked the people around. Did you save those few people? No, they were saved by Chen and his pets. That's Chen's dog. It's a hero and has dragged two people out already. Chen is still inside. Bant was extremely nervous. He was worried for both Chen and his son whom he had not heard about yet. Just as Bant and the firefighters were talking, Walter charged into the Fireground again. The captain was astounded. Did it go in just like this? With such a large fire, we can't even go near the entrance with our fire suit. Yes, so it's a hero. Both its master and it are heroes. Soon, another person walked out from the building. Qinzhao dragged another victim out again. Seeing the person dragged out by Qinzhao, Bant immediately shouted in surprise. Ken. Qinzhao was also somewhat exhausted. It was too tiring to move in the Fireground. Do you have an oxygen mask? He has taken in too much smoke. Pour some water onto him first, and then give him some oxygen. Qin, thank you. Let me go. I'm going in again. Buddy, you've done enough. Leave the rest to us. You can't go in again, the fire's too big. No way. My kids are still inside. I can't leave them there. Then wear this. It can protect you. The firefighter captain gave Qinzhao a fire suit. Okay. Without hesitation, Qinzhao wore the fire suit. Then, the firefighters beside him poured some water onto him with the water gun. The captain looked at Qinzhao who was running into the building. I like this guy. Bant also stared at Qinzhao's back as he performed first aid on his son according to Qinzhao's instructions. Me too. He saved my son. Soon, Walter came out again, saving another person. After that, he ran into the building again. The captain and his team members were all bewildered. Most animals were very scared of fire. Even the most obedient pet would run away from a fire scene right away. They had never seen a pet that would go near a fire by itself. That guy went in again. It's really strong to drag such a big person. I feel that it should belong to our fire brigade. No, it belongs to our mountain town. Both its master and it belong here. A few minutes later, Qinzhao carried a person out while dragging another with his hand. He had already given his fire suit to the person on his back. After a while, Walter and Carrie also came out from the building, with Walter dragging one more person out. Chapter 70 Effort and Reward. Chapter 70 Effort and Reward. Chen, how are you? I'm fine. Qin Zhao was exhausted at the moment. He was sure that there were no survivors in the 4 levels on fire. Everyone that could be saved had already been saved. How's your son? He's woken up. Bant pointed at Ken, who was sitting on the ground in the near distance. His injuries weren't bad and he just inhaled smoke. Qin, I don't know how to thank you. The chief fireman walked over. Hey, you okay? Yes. Can the fire be contained? Qin Zhao looked at the people on the 5th and 6th floor. They were at the window waiting to be rescued, and there were quite a lot of them. If the fire continued spreading, Qin Zhao might have to risk his life again. No problem. Our water guns can hit the 4th floor. The fireman patted Qin Zhao's shoulder. Hey, not that hard. Qin Zhao's entire body was in pain. Sorry. Your pets are so amazing. How did you train them? Especially this baby, even I want to steal him. Hearing his words, Walter growled at the fireman. Haha. Seems like it's unwilling. Is the ambulance here? No. We're too far from the hospital. Unlike China with the 5-minute rule, ambulances, fire trucks and police came according to their distance. If a town didn't have much money, it may need to share these public safety institutions with other towns. Qin Zhao stood up. I'm a doctor. I'll go look at the wounded. Hey, you're overexhausted right now and exertion at a fire is 5 times higher than usual. You better go rest. It's okay. I'm a doctor. I know overexertion will only make me sore and tired for a few days. I won't die, but they will. I saved them from the fire. I can't let them die before my eyes. One person was severely burnt and wouldn't be able to leave the hospital in a few days. Qin Zhao secretly fed him some perfect crystals. The others weren't that serious. Most had just inhaled too much smoke. The fire on the 4th floor didn't keep spreading and was getting put out gradually. This fire was a huge hit to the town's economy. Millions of dollars had turned to dust. Some people had died as well. If Qin Zhao, Walter, and Carrie hadn't rushed in to save people, the casualties would be greater. The 3 saved 9 people from the fire. 1 was heavily injured while the others had lighter wounds. The ambulance arrived in half an hour. 3 hours later, the fire was put out entirely. Qin, can my team take a picture with you and Walter? Of course. The firemen all admired Qin Zhao and Walter. After all, they'd saved 9 people. Qin, I'll drive you back. Aren't you going to stay with your son in the hospital? No need. I told Mary to go. I can't leave the hero behind. Bant, please don't call me a hero. If you keep doing this, I might have to move. Fine. Chen, how's that? Qin Zhao sat in the car and almost dozed off. Chen, are you okay? Do you need to get to the hospital? No. I'm just tired. When they reached his home, Bant woke Qin Zhao up. Thanks, Bant. No, I should be the one thanking you. After some hesitation, Bant added, Chen, be careful of the mayor. What? This fire might have something to do with the mayor. Why didn't you tell the police? It's useless. There's no evidence, unless you can find something at the fire site. What's going on? A chemical plant has their eyes on the land the winery is on. They want to buy it and establish a chemical plant, but all the citizens protested. Only the mayor supports it, while the winery is the town's public industry, so the chemical plan never succeeded. Later they tried to buy the land from the mayor, but he doesn't have the right. So you suspect that he set the fire, right? Yes. He's not a good person. Then how did he become mayor? He won't be for long. His term will be up in 2 months and no one will vote for him again. Does he have some bad past? On the surface, he's just a regular politician. Actually, saying he's a politician is too much for him. I've heard that he has connections with gangs, so I told you to be careful. Okay, I understand, but I was just saving people. There's no reason for him to go against me, right? One of the people you saved is his mortal enemy, Old Treed, owner of the winery. They'd had an intense confrontation before. The mayor once said that he would have Treed and the winery go up in flames together. The mayor is that bold? Yes. He's an asshole and a complete demon. Woof, woof, woof. Bant, my kids are all nicknamed Little Demon. They don't like having other people take their nickname. Okay. Anyway, just be careful. That man might want to use his last term to go crazy. No one knows what he might do. I understand. I'll be careful. After warning Qinzhao, Bant went home. No one would be able to rest tonight. Qinzhao guessed that Ban had to get to the hospital later. As soon as Qinzhao got home, he opened the metal box. As expected, there was a huge perfect crystal lying inside quietly. His efforts tonight hadn't gone to waste. He felt like risking his life to save those people was all worth it. It wasn't that he was too realistic. It had really been dangerous when saving those people. Even with Carrie's protection, it still wasn't without risks. Qinzhao took out the miscellaneous pieces of demonic crystals. Carrie, Walter, these are yours. Human, what about me? And me? You two didn't help and you still want a reward? We couldn't do anything there. Did you expect us to go in and get in your way? Beelzebub asked matter-of-factly. The most help we can give is to cheer you on outside. Fine. Qinzhao chose the two smallest demonic crystals. This is the reward for cheering me on. That small? Beelzebub and Raymond looked at their crystal and then at the handful of demonic crystals that Carrie and Walter had each. As the saying went, there was no sadness if there was no comparison. Seeing the difference, Beelzebub and Raymond grew unhappy. Walter, my blood flows in you, so you should give me half. Woof. Walter opened its mouth and started growling at Beelzebub. It was a demon now, not an ignorant dog. As for Carrie, she was never afraid of Beelzebub and Raymond. The possibility of wresting demonic crystals from her was basically zero. Chapter 71 Mutual Deception. Chapter 71 Mutual Deception. Walter's mouth looked swollen. He held all the demonic crystals in his mouth, after which he trotted boastfully into the basement, and into Blackie's territory to find the Hellhound. The Hellhound was Walter's best friend. He would share whatever he had with the Hellhound. As for Beelzebub, Raymond, and Carrie, they did not know what sharing was. At night, the house was in complete silence, but Beelzebub and Raymond did not sleep. Today, Qinzhao had been generous for once and had given so many demonic crystals to Carrie and Walter. Walter did not know how to save it all. He had already shared some of her crystals with the Hellhound and eaten the rest. They were both single and did not have a family to take care of. On the other hand, Beelzebub and Raymond had wives and a group of children. They could not eat all the demonic crystals at once like the other two foolish dogs. Therefore, they could only put their eyes on Carrie's crystals. Just like them, Carrie would not eat all the demonic crystals at once. Similar to Beelzebub and Raymond, Carrie would go back to hell once in a while, bringing her demonic crystals with her. Raymond, are you sure you can find where Carrie hid her crystals? Yes, my nose doesn't lie. I promise you I know where her crystals are. Then what are we waiting for? Bring me there now. While it was still dark, Beelzebub and Raymond slipped from the house surreptitiously and went to the backyard. It's right under that tree. Dig them all out. Why don't you do it yourself? Do you see any hands from me? Raymond was frustrated. I heard that snakes can burrow. Nonsense, you fool. Snakes can't burrow. At least I can't. I found them, and I'll dig them out. What are you going to do? At least I can bear the consequences with you if we're found. When we get Carrie's treasure, I want 60%. No way. We agreed to share it equally. But I did more. If you keep nagging, I'll wake Carrie up. Fine, fine. Beelzebub started digging downwards. After digging for less than 30 centimeters, he saw a small wooden box. Look! Here it is. Great. Open it. Beelzebub eagerly opened the box. However, the next moment, a pall of smoke spread out from the box. Beelzebub trembled and fell unconscious. Fool! Raymond said, sticking his tongue out. Carrie, you can come out now. Carrie strolled out elegantly from the dark. Did that fool fall into the trap? Yes. He's already affected by your hypnotic pollen. He'll sleep until the morning. He would never have imagined that you would betray him. I'm not his subordinate, so it's not called betrayal. Let's go. I'll bring you to his treasure point. Raymond and Carrie made one round and went to the vegetated area which was in front of the house and beside the road. He hides his demonic crystals here. I saw him digging here for quite a while one night. Are you sure it's not your trap? I promise. But I don't trust you. After all, you've just betrayed Beelzebub. I've already brought you here anyway. I only want my share now. After considering, Carrie still decided to try it. Nevertheless, she was still extremely careful. Using her icy power, an ice shard dropped down from the sky towards the place Raymond had specified. At the instant the ice shard hit, a whirlpool suddenly appeared out of nowhere. No, it's a trap! A ward! Carrie shouted, realizing that she had been routed. She turned around and looked at Raymond. Help me! Ha ha! An evil smile appeared on Raymond's face. Carrie understood everything at once. I knew it! You've just betrayed Beelzebub and now you're betraying me. I've betrayed no one. You despicable and abject demon! Carrie attempted to break free from the ward, but it was very firm. She would not be able to escape from it without a few hours of work. Raymond twisted his slim body and slowly disappeared in Carrie's vision. However, just after Raymond left, Beelzebub appeared quietly. I already said that stinky bug can't be trusted. Stop wasting time. You're nothing good either. Release me from the ward now. Beelzebub stood up with his hind legs and grabbed a tree branch with his front paws. He drew a magic array on the ground, after which he injected magical power into the array. Immediately, the array lit up. Beelzebub controlled the power of the magic array and pointed the branch in his paw at Carrie. At once, Carrie regained freedom. Although Beelzebub's main ability was gluttony, he was a demon after all. He certainly had more than just one ability. Carrie and Beelzebub had contacted each other secretly long ago. However, they were also on guard and plotting against each other. Just like how Raymond had plotted Beelzebub and then Carrie, Beelzebub and Carrie would betray each other too if they had the chance. Are you not going to stop Raymond? He knows the real place you've hidden your demonic crystals. So what? Do you think he'll be able to get my treasure easily? Then let's go and take Raymond's treasure. Do you know where it is? It's in the doghouse of Blackie's stupid dog. He thought that he hid it well. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go now. However, little did they know that Raymond was also looking at them in the dark. These two fools. They thought that their silly plan can trick me. Demons were treacherous creatures. They normally looked ludicrous in front of Chen Zhao, but they were not actually stupid. As all of this was happening, Chen Zhao was watching them with a pair of night vision device which he had purchased online. Looks like they'll do this for the entire night again. Walter, are you sure that you've found all their demonic crystals? Roar. If anyone isn't obedient next time, I'll make him or her bankrupt. Everything was in Chen Zhao's control. The three demons thought that they had everything, but they had been under Chen Zhao's monitoring all the time. These three bastards would fight against each other non-stop both openly and secretly every night. All right. Let's sleep. Chen Zhao lied on the bed when a head suddenly appeared above him. How many times have I said this? Don't appear like this. I can't knock or push the door, so it's the only option. Still, don't appear right above my bed. How would I know where you are? Of course I'm on the bed at this time. Chen Zhao complained. Forget it. What's up? When I came back just now, I discovered an interesting place. Do you want to go there? Chapter 72 Gates of Hell. Chapter 72 Gates of Hell. What is this place? An ancient passageway. What kind of passageway? It leads to the gates of hell. Huh! Someone had once created a gate to hell nearby but failed. Where? Is it far? It'll take around an hour by foot. That far? Chen Zhao hesitated. Should we go tomorrow? Let's see when we have time. Walking for 1 hour is too far. You can only see that place during a full moon. We'll have a chance in the next 3 days, but after that, we'll have to wait until next month. What's so interesting about a failed door? Chen Zhao asked, confused. It's a door that you can go through, but you can't go out. The person who made it probably wanted to create a two-way door so he could go in and out of hell. Is that useful? It's not useful to you, since you can go in and out of hell without a gate. But it's very meaningful to regular humans. I haven't thought of a use for the gate. Think about it. Your family member died and you want to see him. You can use this gate to see the family member who'd fallen into hell. That's crazy. Even if a soul fell into hell, how do you find it? Hell is so big. You don't have to look around. If that soul hasn't been captured by a demon, you only need to use a magic spell to send a soul in, and then the gate can send the relative's soul out. If a demon has captured the soul, you'll need to exchange more souls. But even if you can summon back your relative's soul, it'll be incomplete, right? Yes. This is what you humans are obsessed with. Not everyone is so logical. Go to sleep. We'll talk about this tomorrow. Chen Zhao kept thinking about Blackie's words and couldn't fall asleep. He didn't have a good night's sleep and was still listless the next day. He couldn't recover from the fire yesterday. His neck was sore and his limbs felt weak. Chen Zhao was a doctor, so he knew that these conditions were because sudden high exertion resulted in muscle fatigue. He dredged his meridians and the conditions were slightly relieved. Beelzebub, Raymond, and Carrie had fought the entire night and had just started sleeping. Knock, knock. Chen Zhao opened the door. It was Jerlin. Jerlin, how come you're here? What, you don't welcome me? Are you hiding another woman in your home? Chen Zhao moved aside, letting Jerlin in. You don't have work today? Jerlin walked in and grabbed the milk Chen Zhao had drunk. I just solved a major case. Melson gave me 2 days' break. Chen Zhao poured another glass of milk. So you can accompany me for the next 2 days? So you miss me? Of course. Chen Zhao pulled Jerlin directly into the bedroom. After their morning exercise, they went back downstairs. Do you have work today? No. My time is all yours. Let's go camping. Sure. Jerlin indeed wanted to relax. Otherwise, she wouldn't drag Chen Zhao to go camping. Bring the kids. Jerlin really liked these little demons. She was even jealous of Chen Zhao for being able to train them so well. The town that Chen Zhao lived in was called Mountain Town. This was obviously because there were a few big mountains beside it. Chen Zhao and Jerlin were entangled the entire morning. After lunch, they began packing the stuff for camping and got into Jerlin's car. 20 minutes later, they reached the foot of the mountain. Chen Zhao picked up the biggest bag while giving the other one to Walter, the biggest animal. Jerlin, have you camped here before? I've come here before but not for camping. A corpse was discovered nearby half a year ago. Okay. Change the topic. There's a lake over there. Let's put the tent up there. Jerlin didn't know that their group had an extra person, or rather demon, Blackie. The gate of hell I mentioned is upstream of the lake. Want to go look? Another time. Jerlin's here right now. Chen Zhao didn't want to ruin the camping mood. When he reached the lakeside, a fresh feeling instantly entered his heart. The water glittered and a slight breeze blew past. Dense forests were on either side of the clear water. If I had the money, I would definitely buy this place and then build a mansion, Jerlin said emotionally. Indeed, the view was amazing and the air was clean and fresh. Nature was well preserved here. Anyone who came here would fall in love with it. You won't be able to get this place without $12 million, right? Chen, you're too much. This place won't be more than $500,000. How is that possible? How can such a great environment only be $500,000? You're not going to grow a farm here and there's no value in developing it. Traffic is inconvenient and there aren't any homes nearby. How much value do you think it has? In Qin Zhao's opinion, $500,000 was definitely worth it for a place like this. However, it wasn't a small number to him either. Human, Blackie said. If you can buy this place, the 3 hellhounds will have enough space to exercise. They won't be cooped up in the space crevice all day. But didn't you just settle into the crevice? I can move the crevice to this place or move all the stuff here. You can move crevices? It's kind of annoying, but it's still possible. But I don't have money. It wasn't that Qin Zhao had no money. He'd indeed made a lot of money during this period, but it was only about $500,000. He could put in all his savings to buy this land, but he had to pay to build a house too. He also had to construct a road to the highway. This would be a great sum too. I'm not in a hurry. It's not that easy to move a crevice either. You're tempting me to buy this land just so the 3 can have space to move around? More importantly, it's really close to the gates of hell. What does that have to do with you? This gate was most likely created by the previous owner of the spatial crevice. I want to study the crevice. If you live here, I can go in and out of the gate more easily. Chapter 73 Fake Play Becomes Real. Chapter 73 Fake Play Becomes Real. There wouldn't be demons coming out from the gates of hell, right? Of course not. It's not that easy for demons to enter the human world. Since we can use sorcery to summon souls from the gates of hell, can we also summon demons? That's different altogether. It's more like trading than summoning. Souls are considered as a commodity, but demons can't trade themselves. Then why can I summon demons? How would I know? I'm not an omniscient god. But you're a Grim Reaper, god of death. That's kind of a god. While I'm happy to be viewed by humans as a god of death, why do I only feel deep insult from your words? Walter's favorite thing was water. He had already jumped into the lake. Beelzebub, Raymond, and Carrie liked to play in water too. Although they were not as enlivened as Walter, they were still delighted. Qin Zhao was convinced by Blackie's suggestion. However, the huge price still made him hesitant. Chen, are you really thinking about it? Jerlin realized that Qin Zhao was actually considering it seriously. Maybe. Do you have that much money? Jerlin asked. I managed to get some money from a rich person recently. Are you really planning to buy the land? I have no idea how much this piece of land actually costs, whether it belongs to Mountain Town or is private, and whether its owner is willing to sell it. Even if I can buy it, I wouldn't have the money to build a house. However, this was not the main theme that day, so Qin Zhao only chatted with Jerlin about it briefly. Qin Zhao only had the preliminary thought about purchasing the land. Anyway, he felt that the value of his money would be better preserved by buying the land than storing it in the bank. Money in the bank would only slowly lose its value. On the other hand, if Qin Zhao invested it on actual property, no matter how much the land devalued, he would not lose much. Qin Zhao had a very typical Chinese mindset. Chinese people have a special feeling towards land. In Qin Zhao's mindset, he would only have a foundation after he owned a piece of land. Moreover, he felt that this piece of land has its own value, unlike what Jerlin had said. In fact, the natural environment was part of its value. If this land cost $10 million, Qin Zhao would not even think about buying it. However, if it only cost $500,000, Qin Zhao felt that he could buy it. As Beelzebub and the rest played in the lake, Qin Zhao and Jerlin built a tent on the lakeside. Jerlin was very familiar with this, and they finished the tent in 10 minutes. Just then, a few playful young people walked towards their direction. They looked like high school students. There was a mix of both genders and they were wearing either swimming trunks or swimsuit. These people also saw Qin Zhao and Jerlin, so they approached them. Hello? I've never seen you before. Are you new to this place? A burly young man said. He was handsome, well-built, and polite. You can call me Chen. I live in the infamous ghost house in town. Chun? I know you. Suddenly, a brown-haired girl behind exclaimed. Yesterday the winery was on fire. I heard that an Asian and a dog saved 9 people from the Fireground. You even saved Uncle Bernard, am I right? Hearing her words, the few young people all looked at Qin Zhao in surprise and respect. I'm Famer Alip, the leading young man said. The others also introduced themselves. Famer lifted a box of beer from his companion. Do you want one? Are you adults already? My girlfriend is a cop. In America, one needs an identity document to buy tobacco and alcohol. It is a crime to sell them to minors. Of course, some places are stricter than others. Don't spoil the fun. Come, Ms. Police, let's drink together. Qin Zhao shrugged his shoulders helplessly. Jerlin also did not care if these people were adults. Anyway, she was in charge of crime investigation and did not care about these things. The brown-haired girl Lily pointed at the few dogs that were playing in the lake. Is the largest German shepherd there the dog which saved people from the Fireground? Yes, he's Walter. He's a good boy. He's really big. I've never seen such a huge dog. Usually, a German shepherd could only have a shoulder height of 60 centimeters and weight of 45 kilograms at most. However, Walter's shoulder height was over 80 centimeters and he weighed 65 kilograms. He was almost as heavy as an adult woman. Moreover, this did not seem to be his limit. Since Walter had been converted to a hybrid demon, he had been growing. Recently, his growth had already slowed down, but it had not stopped completely. Qin Zhao was also unsure how big Walter could reach. Even the difference between two humans whose heights were 3 centimeters apart could be easily noticed, not to mention dogs. Walter was indeed very large, especially when he was with Beelzebub and Carrie. German Shepherd was considered as a large dog, but Walter's size at the moment was already extra large. Of course, Walter's weight and shoulder height were still within the range of a normal dog. Does he bite? Nope. I already said he's a good boy. Can I test him? Famer asked. How do you want to test him? I'll pretend to be drowning. Fine. Famer ran into the lake and then slowly swam away until he was about a few dozen meters away from the shore. Suddenly he felt something drag his feet. Is there a big fish in the lake? He thought. However, before he could think further, he felt something bite his feet. Its bite force was not big, but it kept dragging him down. Shit. Help. Help. The people on the shore all looked at Famer with a smile. Lily pointed at Famer and remarked, his acting is so real. Is he in trouble? Qin Zhao asked, frowning. Stop joking. Famer is the captain of our school's swimming team, and he has taken part in the high school sports competition, where he was the champion in the youth division. Even his warm-up in school every day is 1,000 meters. Another young man said. Qin Zhao still felt uneasy. From Famer's behavior, he felt that something might actually have gone wrong. Walter, save him. In the lake, Walter turned his head and saw Famer in the distance. Splash. God, he's so fast. Famer's sinking. He's not joking. Walter, faster. Walter was extremely fast. Qin Zhao's eyelids quivered as he scanned everyone around him. They did not seem to have noticed that Walter's swimming speed was extraordinary. Everyone was fully focused on Famer. At the moment, he had already disappeared from the surface of the pool. Walter dived down suddenly and everyone could feel their heart pound. They finally realized that Famer was really in trouble. Chapter 74 Subordinate Imprint. Chapter 74 Subordinate Imprint. Finally, Famer floated up and started swimming back with full power. Where's Walter? Why didn't Walter come up? Lily yelled in panic. As soon as she spoke, they saw splashes behind Famer. Walter seemed to be fighting with something. It was a huge catfish that was even bigger than Walter. It was dramatically large. It seemed to be 2 times the size of Walter. Everyone tensed up. Could Walter defeat this catfish in the water? Chen Zhao wasn't doubtful. Walter's combat ability wasn't equal to his size. After a while, the catfish floated up to the surface. Walter started swimming to Famer. After catching up, it pushed against Famer with its head and helped him swim back to land. When everyone saw that man and dog were safe, they let out sighs of relief. Famer, are you okay? I'm alright. Famer nodded. That catfish bit my ankle and dragged me down. Thankfully, Walter saved me. He was still in shock. It had just been a joke. No one expected there would be serious danger. Famer looked down at Walter. He's really powerful. Walter, go get that catfish, Chen Zhao said. We'll have fish tonight. Everyone looked at Walter and then that huge catfish floating on the surface. Are you sure Walter can get it onto land? Of course. Famer, come sit here. I'll give you a checkup. Famer had truly drowned just then. Chen Zhao needed to be sure if he had pulmonary edema. If he did, then he had to go to the hospital. I feel great. There's no problem. Famer patted his chest. If you want to eat that catfish, then listen to me and let me check. Fine. Chen Zhao checked and didn't let him go until he was sure Famer was okay. By then, Walter had dragged the catfish onto land and everyone worked together to drag it over. It took a few young people's entire strength to move the fish. This catfish was honestly too big, especially its mouth. It could completely swallow a child-sized creature. It wouldn't eat an adult human, but its habit was to view anything in the water that's smaller than it or close to it as its target. They were more aggressive than sharks, and in America, there were occasionally cases where children drowned because of catfish. This was why some catfish were known as man-killing catfish. Of course, this wasn't that common. I didn't think there would be such a large catfish in the lake, Famer said. There's probably only this one. This lake can't contain 2 huge catfish. This lake was less than 1 square mile. It also connected to a river with moving water. Moving water could maintain the quality of the water, but it also meant medium-sized catfish could escape. After all, it was difficult for other large fish to survive in this tiny lake if there was already a domineering king. If they couldn't live here, they would choose to escape. If this catfish didn't have enough food, it could only go hungry. This was also why it attacked Famer. However, it would no longer rule the waters. Chen Zhao slit open its stomach and suddenly dug out a pearl. What's this? It's from hell, Blackie said, floating over. It has hell's aura. Beelzebub, come here. Beelzebub bounced over. What? Do you know what this is? It looks like some demon's subordinate imprint. What's a subordinate imprint? I'm subordinate to the king of gluttony, so I have his imprint in me. Are you born with it? Yes. So that means that this catfish is actually some large demon's subordinate? It also might have eaten a subordinate, and the imprint was left inside its stomach. Is that likely? It's less likely, but it's not impossible. With my current state, it'll definitely eat me if I run into it. That means that some demon had come to the human world, unfortunately fell into the water, and was eaten by this catfish? I don't know. It might be what you said. Will it be alright if we eat it after it ate a demon? Yeah. What does the subordinate imprint do? If you collect enough, you can summon the superior demon. How many do you need? Not sure. It depends on which demon it is. I'm subordinate to the king of gluttony, so you'll need at least 100 glutton imprints to summon his projection. If it's just a regular subordinate, you only need around 5 imprints. What if I want to summon your demon king Satan? You can't. No one can summon him if he's unwilling. However, if he's willing to reply to you, you can summon him into the human world without any cost. That cool? That cool. Robio. Phalai walked in, scaring Robio. He crumpled up the newspaper in his hands and tossed it into the trash can. What's up? Robio looked up at Phalai. You've been sitting in the office for an hour. This isn't something a coastal lifeguard should do. You can't save anyone in here. All right. Robio stood up. Phalai didn't follow him out. Instead, she looked suspiciously at the newspaper Robio had tossed. Taking it out and opening it, she saw the huge headline. Firefighting hero? Phalai started reading the article. It said that a man and dog saved 9 people from a fire. There was also a picture. It wasn't very clear, but she could see it was an Asian man with a dog. Seeing the dog, Phalai's brows furrowed subconsciously. How come it looked so much like Walter? Phalai looked out the window. Seeing Robio's jogging figure, the suspicion in her grew. The newspaper mentioned Fire Brigade No. 7 of LA. Changing her clothes, Phalai left the beach without telling anyone. She had to get this cleared up, no matter if it was Walter or not. The newspaper picture wasn't clear and was in black and white, but she felt like the dog was Walter. She also noticed that the man with the dog was that illegal doctor from last time. Of course, she couldn't make any conclusions now, but she had a feeling that it was Walter. Chapter 75 Never Correct or Expose a Lying Woman. Chapter 75 Never Correct or Expose a Lying Woman. Hi! Phalai found Fire Brigade No. 7 of LA. A burly firefighter walked up and asked, Madam, how may I help you? I want to inquire about the winery fire the night before yesterday. Yes. What about it? In that fire, an Asian and a dog participated in firefighting. Is that right? You mean Chun and Walter? Yes, I remember them clearly. They're both heroes. In that incident, my colleagues and I were almost insignificant, but I'm honored to be able to cooperate with them. The firefighter obviously had a great impression of Chin Zhao and Walter. Most firefighters had low salary despite the high risk they had to face. Therefore, people without a sense of justice would not be able to take this job for long. Hence, firefighters were usually very kind towards people of the same kind. Moreover, America is a country that supports individual heroism. To firefighters, charging into a raging fire and saving people was the best definition of individual heroism. Phalai's eyes sparkled and her heart almost jumped out of her chest. Walter! Is that dog also called Walter? Can you tell me where that Asian lives? You want to find him? What's your relationship with him? The firefighter stared at Phalai. He did not say anything recklessly, although the beautiful lady before him did not seem like a bad person. However, this involved Chen Zhao's privacy after all. Americans are always very alert about such things. After thinking, Phalai bit her lip and said, That man abandoned me. He left me without saying a thing and I've been looking for him since then. I have to find him, and then I'll crack his balls. Oh, I see. I support your idea very much, but I don't have his number either. You can go to Mountain Town and ask around. He should be living there. Great. Thank you. He's a hero indeed, but I don't like people who abandon their girlfriends without a word. Then I'll leave now. Bye. Can I have your number, please? We can eat together when you're free. I know a great burger shop, the firefighter said. Sorry. Before I kick that bastard's balls, I'm not ready for another relationship. All right. Do you know where Mountain Town is? I can send you there. That will be amazing if you're free. Phalai indeed did not know where Mountain Town was. Los Angeles is huge and there are at least 100 towns around it. It would be best if there was someone to lead Phalai. I'm Kanan. What's your name? Phalai. I'm from the Coastal Rescue Team, Phalai answered. Oh, so our occupations are kind of the same. Not quite, although we both save people. You save people from fire, while we save people from water. Phalai, do you still like Chin? No. According to psychology, the fact that you're still finding your ex for revenge indicates that you still have feelings towards him. Did you learn psychology? No, the negotiator of our fire brigade taught me this. Then did the negotiator tell you that you should never correct or expose a lying woman? In just over half an hour, the two arrived at Mountain Town. How do we find him? Phalai asked. Kanan scanned around him. Easy. Find the police. Kanan stopped the car by the roadside and walked to a police car. Buddy, I want to find a person. He's an Asian who's raised a few dogs. I believe he lives in this town. Do you know where he stays? You mean Chin? Yes, that's him. Leonardo inspected Kanan and then looked at Feilai, who was still in the car behind. Do you know Chen? The lady in my car is his ex-girlfriend. They still have some unsettled business, Kanan said. He lives in number 13 Banana Street. The haunted house, Leonardo said. Got it. Thank you and bye. Once Kanan left, Leonardo called Chen Zhao. Chen, I just met your ex-girlfriend. What? Chen Zhao was dumbfounded. My ex-girlfriend? She should be on the other side of the Pacific Ocean now. Are you sure she's my ex-girlfriend? She's a very beautiful red-haired lady. Big tits. You sure you don't know her? I know many women, but I can confirm that I don't have a red-haired, big-tit ex-girlfriend. Do you know any lady like that at all, even if she's not your ex? No. Did you tell her my address? Yup. I thought that she's really your ex. Looks like I've made some trouble for you. I'll go there now. Who is it? Leonardo, a patrolman in town. I think he's also from your police station. The so-called patrolman was actually just a police in charge of the local area. There was no police station in Mountain Town, so the town was under the police station of another region. A person like Leonard may need to patrol 2 to 3 such towns in a single day. I know that guy, Jerlin said. Why did he call you? A person who claimed to be my ex-girlfriend asked him for my address, and he told her. Your ex? You know that my ex is on the other side of the Pacific Ocean. After I came here, you're the only woman I've had any stable relationship with. Just then, someone knocked on the door. Jerlin looked at Qin Zhao. Do you want me to go and open the door? I'll go. I also want to see who claimed to be my ex-girlfriend. Me too. Qin Zhao and Jerlin walked to the front door. Opening the door, they saw a man and a woman outside. Wait. You're Feilai, right? Qin Zhao tried to recall his memories about Feilai. Weren't you boyfriend and girlfriend before? Why do you look like you don't really know her? Is it because your current girlfriend is beside you? Kanan asked. Your? Qin Zhao also found Kanan familiar, but he could not remember where he had seen Kanan. Kanan. We've met before. I'm a fireman. Suddenly, Feilai leaped towards Qin Zhao fiercely. You thief! Return me my Walter! Return me my Walter! Woof! Just then, Walter charged out in excitement. He had heard Feilai's voice. Qin Zhao was totally speechless, as it was a really bad timing for Walter to appear. Chapter 76 Walter's Choice. Chapter 76 Walter's Choice. Walter! Feilai was overjoyed, but the next moment she grew hesitant. This big dog before her eyes looked very similar to Walter, but Walter couldn't be so energetic. Walter wasn't this big either. He had lost weight dramatically before due to the cancer. He wasn't even 25 pounds before. The big dog here now was more than twice Walter's weight. However, there was those eyes, the close and familiar gaze. Feilai was still hesitant. Was this really Walter? Chun, do you need help? Leonardo came over too. Walter? Feilai could only see Walter now. Woof. Walter had already run over to Feilai, licking her hand. You're really Walter? You didn't die? Woof. Miss Feilai, what are you doing to my Walter? Your Walter? You thief! You stole Walter. I'm going to report you. When did I steal your Walter? Isn't this enough proof? Feilai said, pointing at the dog. I have a pet's permit for it. Can you produce a permit for your Walter? I thought Walter had died, so I cancelled it already. Why do you think your Walter died? It had cancer and my colleague said that he put it down. Look, does it look like it has cancer? You're that doctor. You cured Walter? Leonardo, do you believe her? You think I can cure a dog's cancer? Chen Zhao still refused to admit it. I don't care how you healed Walter, but he still recognizes me. You saw me. He knows me. Walter, do you know Leonardo? Walter ran over to Leonardo and licked his palm. See, it's friendly to everyone. No. That's different. It looks at me differently. Please, Miss Feilai, get out of my house if you can't produce evidence that I stole your dog. I don't welcome crazy women that accuse me of stealing dogs. Why did you name it Walter? Or is it its original name? Leonardo, am I not allowed to name my dog? Of course you can. Miss, if there's nothing else, please leave this home, Leonardo said unkindly. I'm not going unless Walter is going with me. If you insist on making a scene, I can only take you to the station. In Leonardo's opinion, Feilai was just throwing a fit. He was more willing to believe in Chen Zhao. After all, Feilai had said that her dog had cancer and had been put down. It wasn't enough proof that Chen Zhao's dog had the same name as hers. Leonardo. You're Jerlin from the crime squad? He finally noticed that Jerlin was there. You're not needed here. Chen and I will take care of this. Okay. Chen, I'm leaving. Chen Zhao didn't know what Jerlin was planning. Chen and this Miss Feilai, I don't know if this dog is your Walter, but it seems to like you. I think you can let it choose between you or Chen. Jerlin, is this necessary? Chen looked at Jerlin, not knowing whether to cry or laugh. This respects everyone here, right, Chen? Fine. Let it choose. You two go stand over there. Walter, come here. Walter obediently ran over to Jerlin. She bent down and patted the dog's head. Walter, do you want to go with Chen or Feilai? Choose now. Jerlin pointed at Chen Zhao and Feilai, who were standing next to each other. Walter cocked its head, staring at the two. It didn't really understand Jerlin. Walter, will you choose me or her? Chen Zhao repeated. Walter, you remember me, right? We fought alongside each other. Feilai stared anxiously at Walter. The dog stayed beside Jerlin, not choosing anyone. I don't think it made a choice, Chen Zhao said. But I believe that it's more willing to be with his owner instead of an unfamiliar woman. It didn't choose. Why do you say it's more willing to be with you? Feilai refuted. Because this is its home and it has friends. Then Chen Zhao called. Beelzebub, Carrie. Beelzebub and Carrie ran out. Walter immediately started playing with them. See, I can't find any reason why it would want to leave me and its friends, Chen Zhao said grandly. Feilai was furious. I think I have someone who can prove that this is Walter. She called Robio and put him on speaker. Robio, I'm at Chen's house. Come here. Chen Zhao's heart skipped a beat. Feilai was setting up a trap for Robio. Chen? Which Chen? Robio asked. Chen Zhao's heart came back down. Thankfully, Robio wasn't stupid and reacted quickly. You're still lying to me? Walter didn't die. You didn't kill her. You gave her to Chen, right? Feilai, Walter's already dead. Why can't you accept this? It's already dead. It had cancer and couldn't get better. Robio. Feilai growled with clenched teeth. If you keep lying to me, our friendship is over. Feilai, I'm sorry. Robio's reply was extremely calm. Walter is already dead. I can accept it if you blame me for killing it, but can you please accept the fact that it's already dead? I don't believe you. I won't accept it. No matter if you accept it or not, it's the truth. Kanan patted Feilai's shoulder. Let's go. He was more willing to support Feilai, but logically, he still believed Chen Zhao. After all, it wasn't a big deal to have two dogs with the same name. Plus, he felt like Feilai's Walter was indeed dead already. It was just that Feilai wasn't willing to accept the truth. That was why she insisted that Chen Zhao's dog was hers. I will find evidence. Gritting her teeth, Feilai glared at Chen Zhao. I will expose your true nature and let everyone know that you're a shameless thief. Please don't come harass me before you find evidence. Otherwise, I'll call the cops. Qin Zhao closed the door but felt coldness behind him. He could fool the entire world but not Jerlin. Can you explain what's going on? Chapter 77 Back to Work. Chapter 77 Back to Work. Walter can't live for long, so he has to stay with me. Only I can extend his life. Qin Zhao started to lie. You heard for yourself that it has cancer. You know what this means. Robio asked me to save Walter. I've been trying my best to extend his life, but if he leaves me, he'll be sick before long. Do you want to see how the disease has tortured him just half a month ago? Taking in a deep breath, Jerlin said. You should explain this to that girl. Didn't you see her attitude? Her wild attitude towards Walter. Do you think she would allow Walter to leave her? But she views Walter as her kin. Isn't it cruel for you to strip Walter from her? Fine. What would you do if you were me? Let it return to its original master, and then die in suffering and pain, or let it stay here, so that it can run and play freely? At least it wouldn't be tortured by the disease. Qin Zhao sounded all righteous. Jerlin fell silent for a while. I don't know. I only feel that this is unfair for her. Fei Lai charged into the HQ of the Coastal Rescue Team and shouted at Robio. You lied to me. You lied. That's Walter. Walter's not dead. The members around her were all perplexed. What's Fei Lai saying? Robio's face darkened. All of you go out? Slightly shocked, the other members all left the office. Are you guilty now? That is Walter. Robio took in a deep breath. Answer me. Do you want Walter to be alive? Of course. I want it to be alive more than anyone else, so when I found out that it's still alive, I'm happier than anyone else. Qin can extend Walter's life. You saw it for yourself, Walter has regained his vigor beside Qin, but what would happen if it leaves Qin? Do you know what will happen to it? Have you ever thought about it? Robio stared at Fei Lai with a gloomy look. You only care about whether Walter belongs to you, but you've never cared for Walter itself. If you want Walter to live, just give up. Perhaps you can go and visit it, but don't try to snatch it away. Robio was very satisfied with Qin Zhao, who had fulfilled his promise. He had indeed restored Walter's energy. Therefore, Robio had to fulfill his promise too. At least, he must not let Fei Lai destroy their agreement. If possible, he hoped that he could keep this a secret forever, even if he would be accused of being a murderer. However, Fei Lai still managed to find out the truth. He could only tell her everything in an attempt to persuade her. Fei Lai sat down on the chair in disappointment, her eyes staring blankly in front of her. I'll give you 2 days to rest and relax. Use this opportunity to think over it. Qin Zhao spent 2 days with Jerlin and did nothing else, apart from a picnic the previous day and having their usual bed activities. After the 2 days, Jerlin left Qin Zhao again. Just like what they had promised, when they needed each other, they would be like a couple. For the rest of the time, they would only be friends. Qin Zhao was also back to work and called Ethan himself. Ethan, you have a job for me? Qin, what a surprise that you called me yourself. I thought that you've already forgotten about your job. I only took 2 days off. Fine. Lucky for you, I have a job at hand. Street 98, flat number 521, but the pay isn't high, only $1,000. Do you want it? Yes. Qin Zhao tidied himself up, after which he left with Beelzebub, Raymond, and Carrie. Just then, he saw Mary walk towards him with some grilled bacon and ham. Qin, are you going out? Yes, I'm going to work. A patient is waiting for me. Here's some bacon and ham I've just made. Thanks. No, I should be the person to thank you. You saved Ken. I'm a doctor. Saving people is my job. After chatting briefly with Mary, Qin Zhao took the bacon and ham and returned to his house. However, he could only eat them after coming back. Leaving his house again, he saw Vincent at the next road junction. Qin, where are you going? Street 98. On their way, Qin Zhao received a call from the agency. Hello, mister. Shen, I'm Hister. Do you still remember me? I was the agent when you signed the rental agreement. Of course. Hi, Mr. Hister, how can I help you? You said that you're looking for a housemate, right? Yes, and I also said that I only want a beautiful female housemate. Of course. A lady told me that she likes your house. Are you willing to share it with her? Do you think she's beautiful? Of course. From my aesthetic judgment, she can very well become a Hollywood star. Is she single? Yes, she said that she lives alone. No problem then. Rent the house to her. Don't you want to come here and see your housemate first? I'll have the chance later anyway. As long as it's a beautiful lady, I wouldn't mind. Chen, I really envy you. You're always so lucky. This isn't luck, this is the charm of the Eastern people. I don't believe in that. Your housemate hasn't even seen you. Perhaps she just happens to need a housemate. Everyone has his or her own unique aura, and the auras between different people would attract or repel each other too. Come on. You're a doctor, not a spiritualist. Vincent rolled his eyes. Vincent, do you think I should buy a gift for my housemate whom I've never seen? Anything will do as long as you don't give yourself to her. You're just jealous. Yes, I am indeed jealous of you. I should go and learn medicine too. Don't force yourself. Cab driver is a promising job as well. Bastard. We're at Street 98, $88 in total. Do you need me to wait here? Nope. I'll call you if I need you. Usually, Chen Zhao would call a cab himself to go home, unless it was late into the night. The street was filled with condos on both sides. Chen Zhao found the house of his client. He rang the doorbell. After a while, the door opened. A beefy man who was over 1.9 meters tall had opened the door. He was half naked and his muscles were comparable to those of a bodybuilder. His body was filled with sweat, and he looked like he had been exercising. I'm a doctor. I was told that I have a patient here. The man made way. Come in. Chapter 78 Track Runner. Chapter 78 Track Runner. The man was the only one in the apartment. Looking at him, Chen Zhao asked, Excuse me, are you my patient? Are you really a doctor? The man looked Chen Zhao with suspicion. I don't look like one. Do doctors all bring so many pets with them? I'm sorry. This is my personal habit. I bring my kids with me no matter where I go. I'm Rufford. Then he added, You're a traditional Chinese doctor, right? Yes. I'm an expert in traditional Chinese medicine, but I also know Western medicine. If you have unique needs, I can give you unique treatment. Rufford picked up a towel to wipe his sweat. While wiping, he said, I'm a sprinter. Half a month ago, I had a race, but I fractured my leg during it. I went through rehab, but I never got a reply for the medicine I requested from the International Association of Athletics Federation. Chen Zhao looked down. He saw that Rufford's left calf was wrapped with gauze. It had obvious swelling. You know, without the IAF's permission, I don't even dare to use morphine to numb the pain. Chen Zhao nodded. As a doctor, he knew many things. However, since this athlete had gotten hurt during the competition, it shouldn't be hard to get permission to use medicine, right? Recently, a few well-known American athletes were discovered to be using steroids, so the IAAF suddenly became strict toward American athletes. When the club's doctor diagnosed me, he told me it's just a slight fracture and I don't need painkillers. Chen Zhao walked over. Can I check your injury? Rutherford nodded, so Chen Zhao sat onto the ground and undid the gauze. His calf had swollen at least 30% larger than usual. There was heavy blood stasis at the injury. Chen Zhao squeezed the area. Does it hurt? Yes. How long has it been? What kind of treatment did you go through? It's been 15 days. The club's doctor gave me bone reduction treatment and some medicine for circulation. But since I don't have the paperwork for special medicine, he couldn't prescribe many things. Chen Zhao furrowed his brows. Does the doctor hate you? Taken aback, Rutherford looked at Qin Zhao in confusion. What do you mean? Your fibula is broken. If you don't treat it in time, you might not be able to walk regularly, let alone continue your athletic career. This isn't a fracture. Your problem is more serious than what you said. What? Broken? Rutherford was shocked. It's that bad? Yes. Right now, you shouldn't be thinking about getting permission from the IAAF to use medication. You have to get surgery as soon as possible so there aren't any lasting effects, but you've already delayed it for half a month. You've done intense exercise this past half month too, right? Your condition is looking bad now. Then, what should I do? Hurry to the hospital, Qin Zhao said. I can't help you. All I can do is give you advice. If I go to the hospital, how long will it take before I can start competing again? You'll need at least half a year of rehab. No, that's impossible. I have to participate in the Star Invitational. Do you know how important it is to me? That's the Star Invitational. For an athlete like me, it might be the time that I shine the brightest. I can't miss it. Rutherford grew agitated. He grabbed onto Qin Zhao's shoulder. Please help me. I'm sorry. I'm powerless against your injury. Go to the hospital. If you keep dragging it out, you won't be able to save your legs. Qin Zhao sighed. Rutherford had obviously been scammed by the team's doctor. Anyone who could be the doctor of an athletic team would obviously know the difference between a fracture and broken bone. Going to the hospital for a surgery was Rutherford's only choice now. Go to the hospital if you want to continue your career. Do you have a way to suppress my injury? Stop kidding around. You have a broken bone. There's no way I can suppress it. What you need is treatment and rehab. Qin Zhao left. Rutherford was a very insistent athlete. He didn't know if Rutherford would listen to his advice. However, Qin Zhao wished he would. As an illegal doctor, Qin Zhao wished he could make as much money as possible. But as a doctor, he still had his own professionalism and bottom line. He hoped that all of his patients would have the correct treatment and best result. If Rutherford hadn't been harmed by his doctor, then he would at least be able to get treated in time. He wouldn't have needed half a year of rehab. He would have been able to be up and running in less than a month. However, he delayed it for half a month, making his injury worse. Rutherford wasn't a superstar athlete yet. He wasn't famous, so he'd probably been invited to the Star Invitational because he'd had good results in recent competitions. Most track athletes could only dream about attending a Star Invitational. If they could have a good result there, they would have a higher rank internationally. Not only that, they may have a chance to attend the IAAF Golden League. That was the highest stage for a track athlete. Every industry has its good and bad, but most people only saw the good side. Athletes like Rutherford had a bit of fame, but were still far from being a celebrity. Instead of going home, Qin Zhao went to Ethan's. How was it? Did you solve the patient's problem? No. Qin Zhao shook his head. He needs the hospital. Even you can't solve it? Is the problem serious? No, he was just harmed by someone and delayed the treatment period. So you didn't make a single cent for me and still came to get free lunch? Don't make me sound that bad. I didn't make a single cent either, and I had to pay for transportation too. If you won't give me lunch, then reimburse my transportation. Just then, Ethan's phone rang. He put it down less than 20 seconds later. Chen, seems like you can't eat lunch anymore. Remember your first client? Yeah, super annoying patient. Yes. He needs help. What's the price? $3,000. I'll go after lunch. No, he's in a hurry. Fine. Leave a hamburger for me. $1. If you reject my request, I'll reject this patient and you'll lose $600. You stingy asshole. Chapter 79 Treating a Pervert and Treated as a Pervert. Chapter 79 Treating a Pervert and Treated as a Pervert. Qin Zhao could still vividly recall that impotent bastard. Qin Zhao entered Dell's manor again, which was still in debauch. On his way in, he received occasional winks from sexy and bold girls. Tsura walked to Qinzhao to welcome him. Chen, you're finally here. Where's Del? What happened to him again? I don't care about that idiot. How about we have a drink instead? Tsura was only wearing a black bra on top and she was holding a glass of wine. Let me see Del first. To Qinzhao, Del and Tsura were just a promiscuous couple. Tsura still brought Qinzhao into the villa, when he saw Del facing the wall fully naked. On the wall, there was also a poster of a female star. Qinzhao rubbed his forehead. Del, I'm here. How may I help you? I'm stuck. Qinzhao walked to Del's side and saw Del's rod stuck in the wall. Looking at the female star poster on the wall, Qinzhao could roughly tell what had happened. Qinzhao had seen people with various tastes before, even many who liked bestiality. However, he had never seen a person who could face a poster and get himself stuck in the wall. Mr. Del, how long have you been stuck? About an hour. Can you be faster? Actually, I've stuck for 3 hours already. 3 hours? Qinzhao was astonished by the number. Ignoring those so-called world records, 99% of the men in the world could not maintain an erection for 3 hours, including Qinzhao. Was Del really gifted? Qinzhao doubted this. He could tell that Del was weak based on their last checkup. It would be difficult for him to even maintain it for half an hour, let alone 3 hours. I ate some medicine. Fine. $3,000 please. Given that our previous session wasn't great, I've decided that I'll take my pay first, Qinzhao said emotionlessly. Please. Qinzhao was not in a hurry at all. Tsura, can you get me some food? Tsura was not concerned about Del's situation at all. In fact, their relationship was very similar to the one between Qinzhao and Zherlin. Tsura would only gloat over Del's foolish action. Fine. Tsura. Give him 3,000. Quick. Qin, here you are. Count it. Give me that poster too. By the way, what's the female star on the poster called? Del had ants in his pants at the moment. Suddenly, however, he felt some coldness on his feet. Lowering his head, he saw a huge snake climbing up his leg. Ah! Del immediately stepped back in shock. Is it that scary? Raymond. You've seen him before. Qinzhao sat on the sofa and put his hand on Tsura's shoulders. That's so frightening. I'm out. Del still looked dazed. So easy? Right, your problem is settled. I'm leaving. Are you leaving so soon? Qin, stay here. I'll call a few more women, and Tsura as well. Let's play together. Forget it. Qinzhao shook his head. He really did not dare to touch the women here. Although he had gone for Rasva's erotic party before, those women had been carefully selected and perhaps even been medically examined. Even so, Qinzhao had still chosen to wear condoms. On the other hand, Qinzhao really did not know what diseases the women here had. Qinzhao did not want to get infected for no reason. Most STIs were not fatal, but they would greatly affect Qinzhao's health. They were troublesome to treat and, more importantly, they would hinder Qinzhao's work. Although Qinzhao wanted to relax here, his rationality still won over his desire after some consideration. Del sent Qinzhao to the gates. Chen, can you charge me less next time? If you do less stupid things, you wouldn't even need to pay. Fine. Can you return me that poster? No. To prevent you from doing such things again, I'll take it away. This poster is worth $400. Don't throw it away. I wouldn't. I'll put it on the wall in my bedroom. As Qinzhao walked out from the residence, he looked at the woman on the poster. He could not recall what characters the female star had acted before. Nevertheless, she was really beautiful. Qinzhao licked his lips. Suddenly, Qinzhao felt something bump into him. Lifting his head, he saw the woman on the poster right before him. She was wearing a pair of extreme high-heeled shoes. Her lips were flame red and she had a pair of aviator sunglasses on. Never had Qinzhao seen a woman whose body was so perfect. She had the most excellent body proportions. Her long legs would make most women feel inferior and drive all men crazy. The woman glanced at the poster in Chen Zhao's hands impatiently. That's troublesome. Give me the poster. Huh? What? The woman snatched the poster from Chen Zhao and was ready to autograph. However, when she looked at the poster, she saw the hole at the bottom. Pervert! The woman was immediately enraged. She squeezed the poster into a ball and flung it at Chen Zhao's face. If you come and harass me again, I'll call the police. Chen Zhao rubbed his cheek, which was still in pain due to the impact. However, he did not chase the woman and explain himself. How could he explain such a misunderstanding? It feels like being bitten by a dog for no reason just after leaving home. Woof. Don't accuse us for that. Chen Zhao shrugged his shoulders. Just then, he received a call from Ethan again. Chen, are you done with the patient? Yup. Where are you now? I just left the patient's house. So you're still in that neighborhood? At the exit. I received another request. The patient is there too. I'll give you the address. After receiving the address, Qin Zhao turned around and walked back into the neighborhood. Qin Zhao compared the address he had received to the door plate. Number 0355. Should be here. Ding dong. The door to the apartment opened. It was the same woman he had met earlier. Chen Zhao's cheek twitched. The woman looked at Qin Zhao in both disgust and anger. I said that if you continue to harass me, I'll call the police. I'm not a pervert. A pervert would clearly not admit it. I'm a doctor. Someone told me that I have a patient here. You're a doctor? Yes. Show me your license. Are you looking for a doctor with a medical license? The woman thought for a while, and then looked at Walter, Beelzebub, and Carrie, who were beside Qin Zhao. Do doctors always bring so many pets to their patient's place? You're not the first client to ask me that question. You're tuning into the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.